amendment have been placed on your desk. And to the honourable member from Mico South, on behalf of the Parliament, I wish you a belated happy birthday. Statements from ministers. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, before I commence, I'd like to do two things. One, to express my sincere condolences on the death of a member of the medical fraternity who died this morning in very suspicious circumstances. Secondly, I'd like to wish all musicians a happy St. Cecilia's Day. This morning I had the pleasure to listen to the St. Lucia Police Band, and they are at their vintage best, and I hope during this year's budget we can do something to improve their situation. They are in dire need of facilities, etc. We hope we can assist them during this year's budget. Mr. Speaker, the long-standing issue of termination benefits to Majestic Industries and Liat 1974 Limited workers will be settled. And I'm reading from the budget address which I delivered on 26 April 2022. Mr. Speaker, you may recall about 30 years ago, the owners of Majestic Industries, a garment manufacturing operation at Bize, left St. Lucia owing workers termination payments. My administration will honor this long-standing payment to Majestic Industries for the issuing of government bonds which have been accepted by the representative of the workers. You may wish to note that this is another commitment made by the former Prime Minister, which remained unsettled and left now for this administration to honor. Mr. Speaker, the government has also entered into a similar arrangement with the non-management Liat workers who were terminated by the closure of the company in 2020. We are currently in discussions with the former management staff, including pilots, to arrive at an acceptable settlement. Mr. Speaker, our decision to settle these outstanding payments is yet another demonstration of our continued commitment to the upliftment of the welfare of the workers of St. Lucia. And Mr. Speaker, after discussions with the representatives of the workers and represent the National Workers Union who represented the workers and the non-unionized and unionized workers at Liat, Cabinet yesterday endorsed the following. Payment of outstanding termination benefits totaling $4,436,578.16 to ex-employees of Liat 1974 Limited, according to the approved list. That the Attorney General's Chambers engages the lawyers representing the National Workers Union with regard to the formation of a special purpose vehicle to facilitate payments totaling $1,960,000 to ex-employees of Majestic Industries. That the Department of Finance facilitates payments for the issuance of St. Lucia government bonds. That the bonds issued be considered as full and final settlement of termination benefits to the ex-employees of Liat 1974 Limited and Majestic Industries Limited. The Attorney General to ensure that upon receipt of the bonds, that the appropriate arrangements are made to indemnify the government of St. Lucia from any further payments or claims related thereto by the ex-employees of Liat 1974 Limited and Majestic Industries Limited. That the Attorney General's Chambers assess and provide feedback to Cabinet with respect to the status of the building belonging to the Majestic Industries Limited, situated at BZ in the quarter of Castries. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the workers at Majestic Industries, who for more than 20 years have languished, hoping that someday they will be paid, have realized now that they have a government that is truly interested in the welfare of people and the welfare of the workers of this country. And Mr. Speaker, the situation relating to LIAT is a fundamental principle that we had to be faithful to. Because, Mr. Speaker, LIAT has been criticized vehemently. LIAT has been put under all sorts of criticisms. But, Mr. Speaker, right now, it's easier to go to Barbados or Antigua. It is easier to go from Miami and get to Barbados, from Miami and get to Antigua, than it is to go to Antigua directly because of the absence of LIAT. So, Mr. Speaker, this move by the government is to give confidence to the workers of LIAT that even though they have been attacked and brutalized, sometimes due to mistakes that they've made, but they've never been appreciated. And I want to say clearly, Mr. Speaker, that the former Prime Minister had absolutely no appreciation for LIAT. Absolutely no appreciation for LIAT, Mr. Speaker. Whereas it was important for him to subsidize international airlines. And nothing wrong with that. He had to do it for the tourism industry. When it came to LIAT, he is on record as saying not 1 cent will the government of St. Lucia ever invest in LIAT. This government, Mr. Speaker, we are going to work with the other governments in the OECS and the region and Barbados to ensure that some form of LIAT gets back into the country. Because the region cannot survive without LIAT, Mr. Speaker. LIAT is a public good. And whereas the former Prime Minister was always looked for excuses why we could not support LIAT, we are showing that his good faith by showing the workers in LIAT that we appreciated what they did, and this is why we are paying them their termination benefits. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the workers of LIAT for their patience, but also, most importantly, the workers at Majestic Industries, because these are single mothers. We talk about single mothers all the time, but these are single mothers who an unscrupulous investor left them without their termination, their severance pay and their termination benefits. But this government, we are finding the resources to pay these workers, truly putting people first and truly putting the workers of St. Lucia first. And that is why we honored the civil servants' salary increases, the public servants' salary increases, and that is why in December we are going to pay the public servants their back pay as was promised. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the workers for their patience. I also want to thank the National Workers Union, because the National Workers Union were very, very patient. I must thank them for that, Mr. Speaker. There are a number of letters that they received, Mr. Speaker, promising all kinds of things. The land at Villebutel belonging to the company should be sold. Proceeds from the sale should be used to compensate the workers. 150 of the former employees are prepared to accept $10,000 each as an ex gratia payment in lieu of severance, notice pay and vacation entitlements to bring closure to this matter. That was a letter, one of the letters of July 16, 2020, signed by the former Prime Minister, written to the National Workers Union, July 16, 2020. Up to today, 1 year later, July 2021, nothing. Mr. Speaker, so I want to thank the workers, and there are many other letters, Mr. Speaker, which I will not put in this statement. So I want to thank the union for their patience, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the staff of the Ministry of Labour for working diligently with the workers to ensure that the calculations are correct, Mr. Speaker, led by the Minister. I also want to thank, Mr. Speaker, and again, the LIAT workers. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the Ministry of Finance will make it possible to get the bonds to these workers by Christmas. And because of the confidence in this government, these bonds will surely be sold as soon as they are received by the workers, Mr. Speaker. These bonds are surely going to be sold, and the workers will have a good Christmas. So coupled with the money that they sell the bonds for, the majestic workers and the LIAT workers, coupled to the fact that the civil servants will get their back pay, and coupled to the fact that there's a general upswing in economic activity in the country, we'll have a Merry Christmas. I thank you.
Minister for Commerce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this statement in this Honorable House as we observe November as Business Month. Mr. Speaker, the observance of November as Business Month was implemented by your humble servant in 2015, and the Ministry of Commerce has continued this observance ever since, albeit in different forms and intensity. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Commerce continues to vigorously pursue its mandate of private sector development, recognizing that the current global economic climate and ongoing distortions in international trade have wreaked havoc on our business community. Our focus, therefore, through our various programs and initiatives, place significant emphasis on supporting post-COVID-19 recovery of our businesses, and more importantly, in supporting wider efforts towards building economic resilience. In short, Mr. Speaker, as a small island developing state, we recognize that there is need not only for aggressive reaction towards these exogenous shocks that our economy experiences, but rather that we must anticipate them and proactively work with our local businesses in mitigating them. To this end, Mr. Speaker, my ministry has embarked on a range of initiatives involving a myriad of domestic, regional, and international collaborators, stakeholders, and sponsors. These programs are at various stages of implementation, with their cumulative output set to become the catalyst for sustained growth of our private sector. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, as our collective efforts, what you say, is it? In this regard, Mr. Speaker, And as our collective efforts reach their apex this calendar year 2022, the Ministry of Commerce, my ministry, is proud to once again adopt the month of November as Business Month in celebration of the achievements, the ingenuity, and the potential of our private sector. As Business Month dawned on the business community, it brought with it great exuberance and a myriad of opportunities for entrepreneurs at all levels of the business cycle. As I said earlier, the ministry has spearheaded this well-anticipated month of activities since 2015. And if this is not sufficient evidence of the significance that our ministry and our government places on the evolution of our business ecosystem in St. Lucia. This year's theme, Action Today, Impact Tomorrow, serves as an appeal for strategic action on the part of the business community to take advantage of the programs, projects, and other initiatives available now as a means of solidifying the enterprise's future. As you note, Mr. Speaker, my ministry's main branch is ideally located on the 4th floor of the Heraldine Rock building on the Castries waterfront. We are blessed with a majestic and panoramic view of the harbor. But we spend most of our time focused more importantly on overseeing the affairs of our business community. And that business community comprises an estimated 76% of our micro and small medium enterprises, as per our last count. A statistics that we anticipate will increase through the upcoming enterprise census that is set to get underway in the coming months. This anticipated increase in MSME, Mr. Speaker, is brought about in part by the COVID-19 pandemic, which displaced a number of our hardworking citizens. While some of these persons have since reverted to full-time employment, many have continued to engage in business activities and continue to require this government support. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, through Business Month, we have been featuring a plethora of activities that will lend support to this and other groups of St. Lucia's productive sector. Our program of activities include, among others, the 15th Annual St. Lucia-Taiwan Partnership Trade Show. And this is for its 15th year. St. Lucia and Taiwan collaborated to provide increased trading and investment opportunities to our St. Lucian businesses. The 15th Annual Taiwan St. Lucia Trade Show was held between the 2nd and the 4th of November this year at the Harbor Club under the theme Forging Strong Ties Through Sustainable Trade. The event featured physically and virtually 45 St. Lucian companies and 23 Taiwanese businesses, leveraging existing and new opportunities across sectors that included food and beverage, ICT services, energy efficiency, health and beauty, automobile parts and accessories, creative arts, business and consumer services, among others. A key component of this year's event was the facilitation of business-to-business interaction between St. Lucian and Taiwanese companies and the wider St. Lucian business community, including wholesalers and distributor outlets and other commercial agents. The objective of this activity was to develop strategic trading and networking alliances among all stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, Many of our big businesses and exporters got much needed visibility and opened doors through participation in the trade show. The current demand for participation far exceeds the available slot, and for this reason, plans are in progress to expand and ensure maximum participation in the ensuing year. Secondly, the Community Business Forum, which was launched in May 2022, continued throughout the month of November and will continue beyond this, with the objective of directly engaging with business owners and aspiring entrepreneurs. To date, Mr. Speaker, 4 of these activities have been held within the constituencies of Soufrière, Rosilé, Babono, and Castries East, and a 5th plan for the constituency of Soisel-Saltibus, and we are dealing with the opposition and serving them well because they are members of this honorable house, but the people in Soisel are St. Lucians. So we are serving this coming Sunday. We are planning for Soisel. And the 6th program is scheduled for Castries Southeast in December. Emanating from these events, Mr. Speaker, approximately 300 registrants continue to engage with my ministry and other participating agencies, including the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Tourism, the Department of Economic Affairs, Export St. Lucia, the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards, and the St. Lucia Development Bank. To use the story in the Bible, this small seed that has been planted is quickly blossoming into a mustard tree that will continue to provide both shade and nourishment to our rural communities. Mr. Speaker, on November 17th, the Ministry hosted the MSME Business Banking and Regulatory Compliance Symposium to inform owners of small businesses of the value of business banking, business formalization, and regulatory compliance duties. MSMEs in St. Lucia continue to struggle with a lack of access to capital. The root of the issue is that many of our MSMEs operate without having a formal business bank account due to various reasons. Mr. Speaker, on November the 24th, my ministry is going to host a government procurement symposium. The COVID and current global economic recession have exposed the vulnerability of the private sector, individuals, and economies, calling for a rethinking and redirecting of government expenditure. These cries call for strong responses based on solidarity, cooperation, and national pride in supporting what is truly St. Lucian. As the government of St. Lucia continues to institute policies to address these vulnerabilities, help rebuild the economy, and strengthen the private sector, it remains mindful of its commitment to the principles of fair and balanced trade as a signatory to international and regional trade agreements. However, it is of importance that government take the lead by supporting and directing more of its spending towards domestic goods and services. To this end, the Ministry of Commerce, in collaboration with other private and public sector organizations, will have a symposium aimed at building resilience within the local economy, while sensitizing manufacturers and service providers of government procurement policies and procedures, in addition to exposing the accounting and finance officers in the public sector to the wide range of local goods and services to encourage them to buy local and to ensure that in doing so, our economy grows and our small business sector benefits. Mr. Speaker, this symposium will be quickly followed with a crime prevention training workshop for businesses, which is slated for November the 30th. Crime is such a worrisome atrocity, and it resembles a giant squid with its tentacles meddling in all facets of our society. Only this morning, we heard of the tragic passing of someone. So, Mr. Speaker, no longer is crime just a predominantly social issue. Crime also impacts the growth of our businesses as well as our economy. I note here that the increasing crime rate in St. Lucia has been a recurrent concern within the business community, as reported by private sector associations and documented in the most recent Investment Climate Assessment Survey. At this workshop, the Ministry of Commerce will be working with the Royal St. Lucia Police Force to detach and debilitate these tentacles through topics such as basic crime prevention and personal safety, robbery awareness and prevention, and loss prevention training. Mr. Speaker, my ministry believes firmly in the theme, action today, impact tomorrow. And what are some of the other actions that we are taking? The Ministry's Small Business Development Center launched the Young Entrepreneurs in Action program designed to empower students and business owners to receive a mutual exchange of knowledge through a student internship program. The first one took place in August this year, where 40 students in the 4th and 5th form at secondary schools throughout St. Lucia were assigned to specific places of employment where they gained relevant job training in tandem with career aspirations, which proved extremely vital for their development as future entrepreneurs. This event was a resounding success and a win-win situation for both the students and the employers, who in some instances adopted the ideas of these innovative and creative interns. I take this opportunity to thank the business owners who partnered with us in that regard. Mr. Speaker, this was followed by the training of trainers, which is yet another milestone at the ministry to ensure that our businesses get adequate training and capacity building. This initiative was funded by the government of Taiwan and it is aimed at improving sustainability among our small businesses. To date, 45 persons have received certificates for the recent participation in the training of trainers workshop and are well equipped to transfer their knowledge and build the capacity of our entrepreneurs. Mr. Speaker, as a minister with responsibility for cooperatives, I will not rest until we are satisfied with the restoration and reform of our cooperative sector. Cooperatives are businesses providing specific services to their members and must operate as such. I have engaged the fishers and farmers cooperative subsectors, and subsequent to these fact-finding forums, we have completed a workshop in response to some of the immediate needs identified by the subsector. In summary, Mr. Speaker, these workshops were an effort to build their potential for registration and for better business acumen in management of their cooperatives. Conversations have been held with the credit union subsector to collaborate on some other initiatives to facilitate our efforts at sustaining our cooperative subsector through the development of a visionary performance improvement plan. A plan which will aim to reform, restore, and rebuild our cooperative subsector. Our consultation will have no bounds as we set to collaborate on efforts to strengthen our economy, one subsector at a time. Broadly, the plan looks at increasing training and better business acumen, greater knowledge of the cooperative business model, increased membership among the youth, knowledge empowerment at the junior level, because this will address the grain of our sector and succession planning. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that the cooperative sector embraces the entrepreneurial spirit to enhance its efficiency and effectiveness to members. Through these initiatives, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry holds true to its core mission, which is to help businesses become globally competitive by facilitating dialogue and training, as well as financing the market research solutions that create real economic impact. It is on this proposition that the Ministry provides continued support to the business community with the expectation of economic milestones in the future. Mr. Speaker, I have started on-site visits to businesses starting in the north of the island and expect to continue these visits well into the new year until we have covered the entire island. I thank the business community for their understanding and patience in this matter. I want to thank the business community for their cooperation and place on record our gratitude to the government and people of Taiwan for their support in the various activities, and to thank the staff of the Ministry of Commerce, and I see here with us today the Director of the Small Business Development Center and my permanent secretary. I want to publicly thank them and the staff of the Ministry for their sterling support and service to the business community. I also want to thank the staff of the collaborating agencies and ministries, Export St. Lucia, the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards, the Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the Ministry of Economic Affairs for the youth economy, who have facilitated the various business forums in the constituencies on weekends. This whole of government collaborative approach in serving the people is commendable and should accelerate the pace of recovery of our economy. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senior Minister.
Mr. Speaker, permit me this opportunity to extend and to join with the Prime Minister and extend condolences to the family of the bereaved health worker who passed earlier today. Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, 6 November 2022, St. Lucia experienced a serious and unusual weather phenomenon which was caused by an upper-level trough, an isolated incident triggered by low-level moisture in the atmosphere. The Department of Meteorological Services indicated that this low-level moisture in the atmosphere, together with a southerly wind flow, created the ideal conditions for such an event, which escalated into 2 hours of torrential rains concentrated in the northeastern quadrant of St. Lucia, thus resulting in flash flooding and destruction of private and public infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, though the forecasts for that weekend advised caution in anticipation of scattered showers, thunderstorms, and flooding, there could not have been a more precise or accurate prediction in such circumstances in which the wind direction altered towards the north of the island at a given time of day. Mr. Speaker, in more recent times, and in such circumstances, we have seen a plethora of armchair engineers, self-proclaimed meteorologists, and disgraceful politicians, along with their surrogates, acolytes, and rumor mongers, deliberately attempting to fabricate theories intended to misguide the general public. Mr. Speaker, following the November 6th flash flooding caused by the unusual weather pattern, the surrogates, aided and abetted by the rumor-mongering machinery, propagated that the cause of the flash flooding was as a consequence of the failure on the part of this government to desilt the country's rivers. Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. But what can one expect from the strangers of the truth? Mr. Speaker, allow me therefore to dispel the fabrication, the lies, the deceit, and the attempts to discredit a government of credibility and transparency. Mr. Speaker, let me present the facts on this administration's annual river desilting program for the last 3 quarters of the years 2021-2022. 1. Following the last July general elections, for the quarter October to December 2021, the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, if I should be allowed to mention his name, conscious of the necessity for adaptation and mitigation measures to cushion the negative impact of climate change, allocated $4 million to implement a number of programs throughout the country. If I should repeat, following the last general elections of July 2021, for the quarter October to December 2021, the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, conscious of the necessity for adaptation and mitigation measures to cushion the negative impact of climate change, allocated EC $4 million to implement a number of programs throughout the country. They included improvement to drainage systems, retaining structures, desilting and cleaning up of communities, and sanitation programs in all of the 17 constituencies on this island. Not Dominica, not St. Vincent. This was followed, Mr. Speaker, by a second stage by what we call the pre-hurricane program in May of 2022, undertaken by the Department of Infrastructure and aimed at further clearing waterways, drainage systems, unclogging culverts and channels throughout the island. The cost of that initiative was $498,967.04, according to the financials, and every constituency benefited, government and opposition. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, There was a third program which was implemented in the second quarter of the year, the annual desilting program, and that program entailed heavier desilting of the major rivers and waterways throughout the island. The program ran through the quarter as recent as September, the value of which was $2 million, and again, it targeted the entire country. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to reiterate those initiatives to bring home the point that this administration is a responsible, caring, transparent, and accountable administration. But further, to dispel the lies, the fabrication, and the propaganda being spread every day of the week by individuals who have absolutely nothing constructive to do at this time. Notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, following the destruction caused by the intense rain and the associated flooding, the Department of Infrastructure has been conducting its reconnaissance to determine the extent of the damage caused to the public infrastructure and the consequential estimated costs of cleanup, cleaning roads, culverts, waterways, and removal of slides and debris to reinstate infrastructure and mitigate against future events. Mr. Speaker, the approximate cost of the initial cleanup is estimated at 1.4 million EC dollars. Mr. Speaker, works are ongoing on the cost for reconstruction of roads, retaining walls, and bridges, and are still pending. To this end, Mr. Speaker, a request has been submitted to the Minister for Finance ahead, and that request was submitted ahead of the heavy rainfall, and the total is approximately $7 million and is still pending. That request has been augmented, or rather have been addressed to facilitate for the impact of the rains. Once the resources are identified or mobilized by the Department of Finance, the exercise of the commencement of reconstruction ahead of the 2023-24 budget is absolutely possible. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the efforts of the Department of Infrastructure in the immediate response to the rainfall and flooding of November 6th, the department has responded to the citizens and business community of the north of the island, particularly the La Belote, Bois-de-Wange, Corinth, and Asu Canal communities, to look forward and deeper beyond the immediate response for adaptation and mitigation interventions which may achieve sustainable resolutions. Mr. Speaker, to this end, last Thursday, the 17th November, a delegation comprising representatives of the Bois-de-Wange Commercial Zone, a representative of the Association of Professional Engineers of St. Lucia, a senior private sector engineer, a representative of the Water Resources Management Agency, Ministry of Agriculture, the Zone 1 engineering team, the Deputy Chief Engineer, the Permanent Secretary in the Department of Infrastructure, the Parliamentary Representative for Grosley, and myself, Minister for Infrastructure, who toured the affected areas in an attempt to appreciate the conditions on the ground and plan the way forward. The tour was extremely productive, as we were able to identify some of the major hazards and determined some potential short, medium, and long-term measures to be implemented. To this end, a technical working committee is to be constituted, comprising both the private and public sectors, as an initial mechanism to formulate and chart a path forward on medium-term and long-term adaptation and mitigation measures for consideration by the government. Mr. Speaker, an inaugural meeting is scheduled for tomorrow, Wednesday, 23rd November, to commence the technical mission. It is hoped that this multidisciplinary team will attempt to conduct its activities expeditiously and to advise in a timely manner. However, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding all the potential initiatives and measures that we may institute to adapt mitigation and build resilience, our citizens must change their behavior and their culture. Climate change isn't the only phenomenon. Desilting our rivers won't resolve the problem, while adaptation and mitigation aren't the only responses necessary. Our citizens must step up to the plate and take responsibility for their survival by changing the negative ways, habits, and culture. As a people, we all must take responsibility, individually and collectively, for our community, the environment, and our own well-being. Mr. Speaker, the time has come for those who are responsible for the degradation and destruction of our society by the practices to stop. Stop the indiscriminate disposal of garbage, particularly in our rivers, streams, and waterways. The last event exposed our nakedness as a people by the volume of solid waste which came down with the flood waters. Old stoves, refrigerators, beds, mattresses, cabinets, and plastic bottles, all of which exacerbated the situation. Let's stop the rot and stop the indiscriminate disposal of waste into our rivers and waterways, which don't only causes flooding, but end up on our beaches and contaminate our coastal waters. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for the Public Service, Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my deep sadness and concern about the people who were badly affected by the tragedy which occurred on 6 November 2022, where hundreds of persons were affected due to the flooding. We need to thank the Lord because He spared the lives of those who were badly impacted. The government is committed to assisting the victims as best as we can. I need to commend my colleague parliamentary representative for Grozile for his lion's approach in dealing with this flooding nightmare. I know he sincerely cares for his constituents. To the people in the Babono constituency, especially the farmers who lost an entire investment on the farms, I understand your plights, pains, and frustrations. So please do not give up. Let us support each other and start all over again. The government will try to assist to help you to get back on your feet. Mr. Speaker, my minister's statement today is to give you a brief update on the situation at the Border Lake Correctional Facility and the efforts of the Home Affairs Department in combating crime in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, this government has a plan and a strategy to combat crime in St. Lucia. The plan is designed more at prevention by engaging in building the human resource capacity of its people and creating opportunities to involve the citizens in productive activities. Mr. Speaker, while many persons focus on the number of murders and other criminal activities they hear on the media, especially social media, I'm here to present a balanced view of what this government has been doing to combat crime and to keep all the St. Lucian citizens safe and to reduce criminal activities in this country. I want to take this opportunity to express my condolences to the families of the nurse who met her demise as a result of a criminal activity. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that as of November 4th, 2022, a new director for the Borderley Correctional Facility was appointed in the person of Mr. Vungard. He had served at that institution before, and this is an indication that he is more than ready and prepared for the task at hand. Since his appointment, the director has already reported on the immediate actions he has taken to start the restructuring of the institution to make it more effective and efficient. Mr. Speaker, the director has conducted many meetings with persons working at all levels in the institution, including the inmates. Mr. Speaker, the Borderley Correctional Facility has to be transformed into a real reform or correction facility, where the focus will be on rehabilitation, using intelligence-driven and skills development to reduce the level of recidivism, which is over 40%. That is, the number of persons who are released from prison, about 40% comes back into the prison. We have to reduce that. And with rehabilitation, we need to get these people back into the society so that they continue to be productive citizens. Mr. Speaker, at present, the institution has a population of 522 inmates, with 505 males and 17 females. 184 males are penal, and 322 are on remand. Females, there are 14 females who are penal and 3 on remand. There are 199 staff members operating at the institution. Mr. Speaker, in recent times, within about 2 weeks ago, we were able to collect contrabands and confiscated cannabis, chargers for phones, cell phones, batteries, cigarettes, and weapons at Borderley Correctional Facility. It is not easy to keep these inmates under control. So I commend the officers for the work that they do in the institution in order to ensure there is discipline, there is law, and there is order. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that I reported to this honorable House and informed you, Mr. Speaker, that the government had commissioned a review of the Borderley Correctional Facility. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that this report has been submitted to the Cabinet of Ministers over 2 months ago. The findings of the report was discussed with the management at Borderley Correctional Facility. It was also discussed with the new director who assumed the position recently. So we have a very clear path on how we approach the challenges at Borderley Correctional Facility. Mr. Speaker, the report has some interesting recommendations, which calls for stronger leadership, improvement in communication, repairs to the infrastructure of the institution, need for greater security, more rehabilitation programs for inmates, and corrective measures. Mr. Speaker, there is the need for greater collaboration with other support services to strengthen the capacity for rehabilitation program to make Borderley Correctional Facility a truly correctional facility. We need to reduce the percentage, as I mentioned, of the number of persons who continue to return. Mr. Speaker, I will repeat it again, because a few years ago, before this government came in office, the last government did not allocate money in the budget for training of officers in the protective services. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that this government is committed to develop a very effective and efficient public service, and therefore has allocated over hundreds of thousands of dollars to recommence training for police, correctional officers at Borderley Correctional Facility, the fire service, the marine unit, and the probation and parole unit. So far, Mr. Speaker, the training has started among police officers, correctional officers, marine unit officers, fire service officers, and probation and parole officers. Mr. Speaker, this government, under the strong and visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, who has started putting the available resources in the right places. There is a very profound statement which I would like to quote, Mr. Speaker. No one is safe until everyone is safe. We have to commend our law officers who are employed in the protective services for the sacrifices they are making on a daily basis, both night and day, to keep all of us safe. Mr. Speaker, this is a country where we need to do all that is possible to keep all of us safe and secure. Some people can laugh, but no one is safe until everyone is safe. And this nurse, who in the line of going ahead and doing her daily chores, met her demise, who would have believed that this is what would have happened? And we cannot take this as a light matter. It is a very serious matter. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate Crucinta Descat-Pelius on her appointment as the new Commissioner for Police in an acting capacity. I want to commend Honorable Prime Minister for having the vision in appointing a woman as Police Commissioner. This happened to be the first time a woman has ever been appointed to the position in St. Lucia as Commissioner, thereby making history. Mr. Speaker, you will not imagine what I saw on national television after the appointment of the first female Commissioner of Police. HTS conducted an e-poll, and there was 100% endorsement of the Prime Minister's decision and selection of the Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, on a side, no wonder the Prime Minister's party at his annual general meeting, he received 100% support from the delegates who voted for his endorsement. Well, there are some who can't hold the convention or AGM yet, so we don't know what the outcome will be. We see greater support where the government has invested in vehicles to help the police move around. There are plans to build a brand new police divisional headquarters in Grosile and the major repairs for the divisional headquarters in Vieux-Fort. Training for police, training for officers, where over 40 new officers were recruited in the fire service. Monies are being spent to improve communications and security at the Borderley Correctional Facility. Training for the Marine Unit. New office space was acquired for the Probation and Parole Unit. Ongoing repairs in mostly all the police stations and fire stations. Isn't that a government who cares? The Marine Unit will also be getting its attention with regards to repair and improvement to electrical installation at the facility. Mr. Speaker, we are currently experiencing changes at the top leadership in the police force, the Borderley Correctional Facility, the fire service, the Marine Unit, and very soon there will be a change at the Probation and Parole Unit. We call this the changing of the guard, and we expect to build stronger leadership in the corrective and protective services so that we can combat the issue of crime, law enforcement, and greater discipline in our society. Mr. Speaker, this government is more than ready to bring about the necessary changes to make St. Lucia a safer and better environment for all of us to live and to become very productive in our society. Mr. Speaker, this government, under the leadership of a group of competent men and women, I make no apologies for that, is on the right path to complete recovery from COVID-19. You know what that did to our country. We had disasters, some call it islands, some call it economic. There are disasters in all areas, so we have to recover from that. We need to raise the hope of St. Lucian people, all of them, by putting our people first and invest in their future, especially the youth and the elderly. Mr. Speaker, as we are about to observe the 16th day of activism, starting from November 25th to December 10th, which is the time the whole world is calling for an end to violence against women. And what are we witnessing today? The demise of a woman. We have too much violence in this country. We need to manage our anger and learn to love and care for each other. We need to share and show concern for our neighbors, friends, co-workers, and try to live in harmony with each other. We need to show concern for the less fortunate and share the little that we have among each other. Mr. Speaker, we have to help those who became victims of the recent flooding in the north of the island. The Gender Affairs Department, which is another department under my watch, has secured about 1,000 dignity kits to distribute among the flood victims as a form of support to them. Mr. Speaker, with the help of the Almighty God and the support of the people all over the island and those at the regional and international levels, we will grow from strength to strength in a peaceful, safe, and secure environment to live and work together as productive citizens. Mr. Speaker, moi je dis tout gens cette ici, nous n'y pour vivre en la paix. Nous n'y pour les nous n'y un petit désagrément, nous n'y pour venir ensemble pour nous ranger ça. C'est pas servir gon coûte là pour tuer yon à l'autre qui a aboli problème nous ni un pays simple ici. Et actuellement nous avons travaillé sur ces polices-là, nous avons travaillé sur ces gens bordelais, nous avons travaillé sur ces gens fire service-là. Ces gens là pour protéger nous. Le gouvernement ça là a metté l'argent pour aider situation. Pour nous voir qui c'est moun ça là ni indique là yo brisé pour yo ça fait travail yo bien. Et moi demande tout Saint-Lucien pour supporter ces moun qui ka travail pour protéger nous. Parce que la panique personne pas kay se sauve si nous tous pas se sauve. We have to make everybody safe for us to be safe. There is no safe place to hide except making everybody safe. So those of us who are here in this honorable house, those of us who are listening out there, we have a responsibility to ensure that we secure our country, our Helen of the West, the most beautiful island in the West Indies. We are winning awards and awards, and we cannot make her unsafe for our citizens and our visitors. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for listening.
Papers to be laid. Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development, the Youth Economy, Justice and National Security.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Starting instrument number 139 of 2022, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1, number 14 order. Starting instrument number 141 of 2022, Fiscal Incentives St. Louis Woodworking Limited order. Starting instrument number 147 of 2022, Resolution of Parliament to authorize the making of an order for the 2020 supplement to the revised edition of the laws. Starting instrument number 148 of 2022, Value Added Tax Act, Resolution of Parliament to approve draft Value Added Tax Amendment Schedule 3 number 2 order. Starting instrument number 150 of 2022, Customs Duties Amendment of Schedule 4 order. Starting instrument number 152 of 2022, Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 3, number 2 order. Starting instrument number 154 of 2022, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1, number 15 order. Starting instrument number 155 of 2022, Companies Amendment Regulations. Starting instrument number 156 of 2022, 2020 supplement to the revised edition of the law's commencement order. Starting instrument number 157 of 2022, Custom Service Charge, Variation of Service Charge, Members of the House of Assembly order.
Papers in the name of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information to be laid by the Minister for Housing and Local Government.
Mr. Speaker, I hold papers for the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information, and wish to lay the following papers tabled in his name. Statutory Instrument number 142 of 2022, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, Adelines Art Cafe order. Statutory Instrument number 143 of 2022, Tourism Incentives, Adelines Art Cafe order. Statutory Instrument number 144 of 2022, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, Journal Earnest order. Statutory Instrument number 145 of 2022, Tourism Incentives, Journal Earnest order. Statutory Instrument number 146 of 2022, Tourism Incentives, Guys Limited order. Tourism Instrument number, Statutory Instrument, Mr. Speaker, number 149 of 2022, Tourism Incentives, Cicero Management Limited order.
While you're on your feet, you may present the papers standing in your name.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. I contemplated you calling upon me to do so. I wish to lay the following paper standing in my name. Statutory Instrument number 140 of 2022, St. Lucia National Housing Corporation, Larry Schuss View Fort, number 3, vesting order.
Minister for Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperatives and Consumer Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers appearing in my name. Statutory Instrument Number 138 of 2022, Price Control Amendment Number 8 in order. Statutory Instrument Number 151 of 2022, Price Control Amendment Number 19 order. Statutory Instrument Number 153 of 2022, Price Control Amendment Number 20 order.
Motions, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance.
I beg to move the following motion standing in my name, whereas it is provided by Section 63(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 15.01, the Act, that the Minister of Finance may, by an affirmative resolution of Parliament, borrow from a bank or other financial institution for the capital or carried expenditure of government. And whereas it is further provided by Section 64 of the Act that money borrowed by the government must be paid into and form part of the consolidated fund, and whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to borrow an amount of $5,217,000 from the special funds resources of the Caribbean Development Bank, the bank, to finance safety nets for vulnerable populations affected by COVID-19, and whereas the loan is repayable in 80 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments, and whereas the loan payments commence on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year, after a grace period of 3 years following the date of the loan, or such later date as the bank specifies in writing, and whereas the interest is payable at the rate of 4.39% per annum on the amount of the principal disbursed and outstanding, and the borrower may request an interest rate conversion from the bank, be it resolved that the Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow $5,217,000 from the special funds resources of the bank to finance safety nets for the vulnerable populations affected by COVID-19. The loan is, be it further resolved, that the loan is repayable in 80 equal, approximately equal and quarterly installments. Loan repayments commence on the first day of January, the first day of April, and the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year, after a grace period of 3 years, following the date of the loan, or such later date as the bank specifies in writing. Interest is payable at the rate of 4.39% per annum on the amount of the principal disbursed and outstanding, and the borrower may request an interest rate conversion from the bank. Mr. Speaker, this resolution is seeking approval from the Parliament to borrow the sum of $5,217,000 from the special resources of the Caribbean Development Bank, allocated from IDB COVID-19 relief resources for the implementation of safety nets for the vulnerable populations affected by the COVID virus. Mr. Speaker, I did not rehash the effects of COVID on the economy of St. Lucia and the economies of the world. You may recall that St. Lucia's economy declined by about 26% after the effects of COVID, Mr. Speaker. Several measures were put into place for the management of COVID, Mr. Speaker, and including vaccines, story on vaccines, Mr. Speaker, including the quarantine for people who were suspected of being exposed to COVID, and isolation of people who had COVID, Mr. Speaker. And also the payment of income support, mainly from the NIC, for people who lost their jobs, who lost their livelihoods because of COVID, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is calculated that over 33,000 persons in the hotel and tourism sectors were negatively impacted by COVID, and 70% of households reported income declines, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the biggest job losses occurred in the wholesale, retail, and restaurant sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that COVID really affected the region and St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, managing the COVID pandemic was difficult, but managing after the effects of COVID, Mr. Speaker, was made more difficult by the war in Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I've always said, which is a matter that can't be disputed, that one of our most consistent revenue earners, which is the fuel tax, the tax from fuel, Mr. Speaker. It was budgeted that we would have collected $65 million this year from fuel taxes based on the normal price of fuel, or the projected price of fuel before the war in Ukraine. And to date, Mr. Speaker, we have not collected $20 million from fuel taxes to date. And we continue to subsidize cooking gas between $18 and $20 every tank of cooking gas that's purchased by the St. Lucian public. The government subsidizes it between $18 and $20, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, you understand that the impact of COVID has really affected us and affected the economy of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. And this is why the government sought to seek some support or loan from the Caribbean Development Bank Special Resources, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the loan was to do the following things, and my colleague, the Minister of Equity, is a very happy man this morning, and I'm sure he may need more than an hour to explain the effects. But let me warn him, Mr. Speaker, he will not be given any extra time. He is a very happy man this morning because his dream, Mr. Speaker, is coming through. Mr. Speaker, the project will provide income support and grants to over 8,496 poor and vulnerable St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker. In order to provide that income support and grants to these 8,000 odd people, Mr. Speaker, the project would comprise the following. 1. Protection using existing cash transfer programs. 2. Protection for the vulnerable populations not on present transfer programs working in the informal sector, and support for learning continuity in vulnerable groups and project management, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister will detail these aspects, these 4 aspects. He will detail them, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say to you that the project is a 1-year project, and we are going to ensure that there is equity, Mr. Speaker, in the disbursement of these funds. All constituencies and all people, regardless of where they live, Mr. Speaker, regardless of who represents them, will be able to seek to get benefits from this loan, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's very important, Mr. Speaker, that I make that distinction, because, Mr. Speaker, in previous times, people from constituencies represented by the opposition were kept away from these facilities or from these initiatives by the government, Mr. Speaker. I recall in my constituency, there was a call to increase the number of vulnerable people in my constituency. And I'm not blaming the officials of the ministry, because they were under orders, Mr. Speaker, not to contact the parliamentary representative, not to contact him. Underline the word not. And the people who were defeated, who continue to get defeated, and who will get defeated in the future, were given the privilege to to put names on these, to put names to get support, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during COVID, when food was being distributed in the constituency, Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary rep of the 6 constituencies that were in opposition, not one of them were called to give a morsel of food to their constituents, Mr. Speaker. Not one of them. And that is a fact, Mr. Speaker. That's a fact. But this program, that will not happen, Mr. Speaker. You know what happened? The plan was to disenfranchise and to weaponize these projects so that they would have got political gain by that, Mr. Speaker. But the people of St. Lucia saw differently. The people of St. Lucia knew differently, Mr. Speaker. And that is why the people of St. Lucia elected us. Not to do the same, but to do it, but to ensure that there is equity, Mr. Speaker. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, under the Constituency Development Program, the members of the opposition who never found it necessary to involve any member of our side who are in opposition, Mr. Speaker, they are given an allocation like members of the government. And that will continue, Mr. Speaker. That will continue. So when you speak about victimization, when you speak about marginalization, Mr. Speaker, it's not on this side. So, Mr. Speaker, I am very happy that the vulnerable people, some of them will get support, but there's still a lot of work to be done. There's still people in this country who need support. There are still people in this country who are striving, who are under pressure. And there are still people in this country, Mr. Speaker, who are trying to fool these people, who are trying to make them believe that the government is not doing anything to help them, Mr. Speaker, or the government is doing nothing to take them out of the vulnerabilities. The government is, Mr. Speaker, within the resources that we have. And this is why we are borrowing that money today, Mr. Speaker. And I want to wait for the discussion on borrowing. I'm going to hold my peace. I'm going to hold my peace, Mr. Speaker, waiting, Mr. Speaker, for the discussion on borrowing. I'm going to hold my peace, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, sometimes I wonder, why must people just not speak the truth when things are easily verifiable? And I was speaking to a friend of mine last night, and he said to me, there are certain leaders like Boris Johnson, the ex-president Trump, and the guy who just got beaten in Brazil. I didn't say that. Who deliberately speak lies because they believe that when they speak lies, people will not believe that what they say is lies. Because people will not say, meantime, he makes a big president and he lying so. So, Mr. Speaker, I reflected on that, and I reflected. And I must say to my friend that he's speaking the truth. Because I wonder, why must people lie when things are easily clarified, Mr. Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, I would like members to support this motion because for the next year, at least 8,000 vulnerable people in St. Lucia will get some form of much needed relief. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Suzel Saltibus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, if you will permit me, just prior to speaking on the motion before us, to first congratulate all musicians on the celebration of St. Cecilia's Day. I also want to take the opportunity, as we're speaking with regards to musicians, to also congratulate, Mr. Speaker, a group from my community Choiseul Musical Symphony Orchestra program that was launched on Sunday, primarily made up of very young people who will be learning to play various instruments, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy that the Ministry of Education has supported that program going forward to make it a sort of an after-school program to encompass all children from the community, Mr. Speaker. I also want, Mr. Speaker, to take the opportunity to thank and to congratulate all the volunteers who are coming forward to provide the expertise in terms of teaching the young children, Mr. Speaker. It is, extremely heartening in the environment that we live to recognize people who give up their time, their resources, to come forward and to help our young people and our community. And as I'm speaking on volunteerism, Mr. Speaker, I also want to take the time out to thank the members of the Lamaze Congregation of Seventh Day, who also came out from a voluntary perspective, Mr. Speaker, to clean up their community, which they found, Mr. Speaker, was very unsightly and not, conducive for, traversing. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we have had a program going on for the past couple of Sundays where young people from the community were engaged, particularly from a group called DROL, which is a shortened form to recognize three communities, Dibrel, Roblo, and Lamaze, where they've been coming out, Mr. Speaker, to try to patch up the very rough roads that they have to travel to go home, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to express my sympathy to the young lady who lost her life this morning. It is always difficult to hear of the passing of anyone, particularly by violent means, and especially, Mr. Speaker, when you've had some interaction with the individual, it's even more, stressful, Mr. Speaker. I want to sympathize with her family, the medical fraternity, a young daughter, Mr. Speaker, and I want, Mr. Speaker, to ensure the Prime Minister, as I've told him before, that he has my full support as it relates, Mr. Speaker, doing whatever is necessary to ensure that we stop that scourge, Mr. Speaker. I would like to encourage, Mr. Speaker, that we create an atmosphere where people believe that there are consequences, because I believe one of the reasons why a lot of people do what they do is because they believe the absence of consequences, particularly when, there seems to be a slap on the wrist. I know that's outside of our sphere, Mr. Speaker. A lot of that has to do with the system that we operate in, Mr. Speaker. But we all need to be on the same page to ensure that we discourage such behavior. Mr. Speaker, on the motion before us, I was actually very delighted to hear the Honorable Prime Minister speak to the devastating effects of COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, on our country, on the world, Mr. Speaker, and to recognize that even a year and some months later, we are still, looking at providing assistance for people who have been affected by COVID-19. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I was always a bit discouraged when we were in government and there was a continuous bashing by this government of the borrowing, Mr. Speaker, because I have continuously said it is a necessity of government to borrow, Mr. Speaker. And we would have known that during COVID, everything stopped running. No revenue was coming in, Mr. Speaker, but government had to continue to operate, which included, paying civil servant salaries, addressing the paying of our bonds, Mr. Speaker, because had we not done these things, because St. Lucia would have had a credibility problem. We could have been downgraded. So many effects, Mr. Speaker, that could have spiraled out of control had we not borrowed, Mr. Speaker. And a lot of the money that we borrowed, Mr. Speaker, went into budgetary support, which, Mr. Speaker, was well known by everybody, but sometimes, Mr. Speaker, the politics come into play and we create certain things which you should not create, Mr. Speaker. So borrowing is a necessary evil by governments, Mr. Speaker. And I agree that as opposition, as members of the public, government must be kept on their toes as it relates to what we borrow for. But I can say, Mr. Speaker, that what we borrowed for under the COVID times was really and truly was to ensure that St. Lucia did not go into the sort of deep hole, that COVID could have created, Mr. Speaker. So I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, particularly that $14 million is being borrowed this morning, particularly geared towards the vulnerable. And I will make a case this morning to the Minister of Equity not to forget various groups in our communities, and I speak to the Club 60 in particular in my community, a group which takes care of senior citizens who cannot cook food and other social activities that they engage in, Mr. Speaker, who've had a lot of their resources, stopped for one reason or the other. While we were in office, we did provide some assistance, and I'm hoping that, that sort of intervention from the Ministry of Equity would continue to recognize such entities who provide, significant work in the communities. So I look forward to that sort of, community sharing of the resources, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister made one statement I just want to bring to his attention. He said that we on this side were contacted to add names to the list. Mr. Prime Minister, I have not been contacted. I don't know if it's something that will come, but I have not been contacted with regards to adding names no, I have never been contacted to adding names to a vulnerable list. So if that may have been an oversight, I would think, because when it comes to the vulnerable, the sick, the shut-in, the senior citizens who cannot fare for themselves, we should never make that a partisan issue, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I look forward to that correction be made. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Minister for Equity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you again, and let me say good morning to colleague parliamentarians. First, let me acknowledge today's celebration of St. Cecilia Musical Day, and I wish to acknowledge the many children in our early childhood centers in Castries office. I didn't wait for St. Cecilia's Day, but the first action of mine after election was to use my constituency allocation and employ a retired person from the police band to assign the responsibility to teach music using musical bells to all early childhood centers in Castries office. So I am pleased this morning that the children at early childhood centers in Castries office, they're doing extremely well because they're being tutored by a professional musician using musical bells. And of course, I wish to congratulate them as they learn, as they move on, and I'm looking forward to Castries office producing quite a number of musicians in future. Look out for them. Castries office will take over the police band. On a more sad note, I wish to express my deep sympathies for what took place this morning. I wouldn't say much to this. It's an emotional time for families, and anytime these things happen, it hits me to the core. Of course, what I can say, God knows best, but we'll continue to tarry and move on and do what we have to do. I rise to support this very important borrowing, Mr. Speaker, but of course I would like to acknowledge the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Equity, Ms. Velda Joseph, who worked tirelessly, worked very, very hard, worked night to put this proposal with the CDB together so today we can realize this thing before cabinet. A total of 5.2 million US dollars borrowing, almost $14 million, 15 million EC dollars to the poor and vulnerable of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, it is well known that St. Lucia, as a small island developing state existing within the context of climate change, is highly vulnerable to multiple shocks or hazards. Some are natural, some are anthropogenic, man-made, and that its population, our people, are likely to be negatively impacted by those shocks on a frequent basis. It is also widely known that those most impacted and who encounter great difficulty in recovering or bouncing back are those with limited resources to cope with the consequences. And I speak of victims of landslides, victims of flooding, fire victims, hurricanes, victims of domestic violence, orphans, persons living with disabilities, rehabilitated inmates, the poor living with HIV, abundant elderly and older persons, the retired poor, and marginalized groups. But if we have to pause, Mr. Speaker, and review our national statistics as it relates to the poor and vulnerable, we will recognize that a significant percentage of our population is deemed poor. And according to the Survey of Living Condition and Household Budgetary Survey of 2016, it was deemed that 25% are persons below the poverty line, and with a significant percentage that are vulnerable to poverty. How then do we treat our brothers and sisters who are not able to adequately provide for themselves and their families? How do we assist them so that they are able to enjoy a decent standard of living? How do we assist them in building resilience to cope with and respond to shocks? Should we discard them? Should we say, as some of us say in Creole, "Manya ou fe kabano se manya ou domi"? Sao fe sao we? Should it be what we say to our people in times like this? Mr. Speaker, colleague parliamentarians, I want to draw your attention to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, a declaration which St. Lucia has signed on to, and to highlight Article 25(1), which states, "Everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself or herself and for his or her family, including food, clothing, housing and medical care, and the necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, disability, widowhood, old age, or other lack of livelihood in circumstances beyond their control." And I wish to also add, coming from our cabinet, the right to education, because we in this cabinet believe, and we borrow from our Jamaicans people, that every child can learn and every child must learn. So, Mr. Speaker, this article not only captures the philosophy of the government of St. Lucia in ensuring that we put people first and that our national development program is inclusive, but it also appropriately encapsulates the rationale behind this bill, as well as the design of the project we have titled correctly, "Safety Nets for Vulnerable Population Affected by Coronavirus." Mr. Speaker, whether persons accept it or not, inequalities exist in our society. Discrimination exists, and we have the knowledge that there are families who, for whatever reason, are unable to meet the basic needs and enjoy the right of a decent standard of living. Mr. Speaker, at the Ministry of Equity, we see such families, we interact with head of such households, and we understand the need to assist them until they are able to manage independently. Mr. Speaker, we understand that the poor and vulnerable families need assistance and support, and that they require protection, particularly given our current context where we are confronted by the prolonged negative impact of COVID-19. We strongly believe that we should not allow the less fortunate brothers and sisters among us to fall through the cracks, unable to meet their basic needs, and while we stand aside and do nothing. Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear. Social protection is not a matter of charity or generosity. It is a basic responsibility of the state and one that we take seriously. It is the right thing to do in recognizing the rights of all St. Lucians to a basic standard of living. And it is on that basis that the government will, through my ministry, spare no effort in providing appropriate support to those in need, and will aggressively seek out and utilize new and existing social protection services to help individuals and families cope with crises and shocks. Improve livelihoods opportunities, invest in human capacity, and protect the aging population as we advance our national development agenda. Mr. Speaker, it is not often that we come to this house to borrow for people and direct investment in people. We usually run the tables when we borrow for roads and infrastructure. We can relate to hotels that will bring in income. But this government, this administration understand that when we invest in people, we invest in our future. Mr. Speaker, the recent rains would have proven that asphalt will not last, even after you've spent millions to resurface the roads when dealing with floods like ours. Buildings will not survive after the winds would have blown the roofs from hurricanes and we have no insurance to recover. But when we invest in our people, the lowest among us, I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, we have invested in the future of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, although these interventions speaks directly to persons impacted by coronavirus, I will not elaborate on the negative impacts of COVID-19, particularly on the poor and vulnerable individuals and families, as I believe that there is familiarity with this issue. Rather, Mr. Speaker, for full understanding of what we are seeking to do, permit me to speak a little on social protection and how social protection systems can be effectively leveraged to support families in need. Mr. Speaker, as noted by the World Bank, social protection systems that are well designed are powerful as they enhance human capital and productivity, reduce inequalities, build resilience, and end the intergenerational cycle of poverty. Such systems and tools are transformative as they help mitigate economic and fiscal shocks. Mr. Speaker, the inequalities among us will not go away if we do not purposefully and directly address the social and economic challenges which confronts us, particularly at this time, especially following the brutal effects of COVID-19 pandemic and the adverse impacts of the Russia-Ukraine war on St. Lucia and the wider Caribbean region. This project, therefore, is intended to serve as a direct response to our socio-economic realities, providing social assistance or temporary relief to targeted individuals and households who were negatively impacted by the coronavirus pandemic and who have not been able to recover or whose situation have worsened. Mr. Speaker, and just as I speak of those who have not recovered, Mr. Speaker, I'm not just speaking as a parliamentarian who have sat behind a desk. Over the years, I've taken interest, even when the ministry has not called for it, or when SSDF didn't call for it. I would call the fire service and ask them about fire victims. Mr. Speaker, you would be surprised that there are data at the fire service of the many fires we have had, and persons who have not recovered because of their socio-economic situation. Mr. Speaker, you can choose to call the fire service chief and ask them to provide you with the numbers, and you may be alarmed of the hundreds of persons. Mr. Speaker, I happened to visit a lady recently whose home still had the mark of mud from Thomas, the flooding which took place. She has not recovered. Mr. Speaker, when we speak of persons vulnerable, we are talking about persons who can hardly ever recover when they experience those shocks. The government is seeking to provide a safety net to those families or households to prevent them from falling deeper into poverty or from experiencing worsening conditions. Many of the components that I will highlight is for a period of 6 months. And Mr. Speaker, upon assuming the responsibility, Minister of Equity, Social Justice and Empowerment, the largest cash transfer of this country is the Public Assistance Program. Mr. Speaker, I have respected this program to a T. And while I represent the second largest constituency, and of course with vulnerable persons, I haven't taken one person from my constituency and unilaterally asked the ministry to put them on. Because there's a system for persons to be assessed, and I respect the 3.0 SLNet. If you are not qualified, you ought not to be on it. And that's why I support the Prime Minister. We are not doing things in terms of just parliamentarians. If you look at the data, which I have seen, it happened that the greatest number of persons being served under the SLNet is from Sufra. I'm sure the minister is not aware, but I will share with her the details. I have looked at the data set. Not Castries Southeast. Ancillary Canries also is well served there. Not grossly, but I'm saying that it is being done objectively. Some time ago, some persons just put persons on PAP. And today, Mr. Speaker, the public assistance, we are cleaning it. Because while it's costing this government over $20 million annually to maintain a total of 3,600 persons, we are now seeking ways to look at pathways to graduate people out of this. But there's 1,500 persons who are waiting to come on. And those persons were certified and qualified by the tool being used, by SLNet 3.0. We cannot get them on because there's no fiscal space. But in this difficult COVID time, do we allow them to languish? No. This government saying, let us borrow. So we give them 6 months of relief while we take care of seeing how we graduate persons so we get a permanent solution to public assistance. I commend the Prime Minister for doing this. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with what I said earlier, safety nets for vulnerable population affected by coronavirus. This project aims to contribute to ensuring a minimum level of quality of life for vulnerable persons amidst the crisis caused by COVID-19, as well as preserving human capital. The project consists of 4 main components. 1, protection using existing cash transfers. Like I said, protection for vulnerable population, not on the roster for transfer programs, working in informal sector, support for learning continuity in vulnerable groups, and the project administration and management. Mr. Speaker, let's examine these in a little more details. Component 1, protection using the existing cash transfer programs. Like I said, it's going to cost us $766,000 US. Mr. Speaker, our public assistance, the largest cash transfer program, of course, is under tremendous pressure. Like I have explained it, we are going to support 800 persons on the list, because when this was prepared, there were 800 persons waiting to get on. By the time we completed this, it came to 1,500. So the pressure continues to build because persons are going to the welfare department, they are being processed, and if they are eligible, they are put on the waiting list. It is sad that some people who are struggling struggling, cannot find room to receive the free $100. And we just do not want to, without being objective, just remove somebody because they do not look like. So we are working and we have started, Mr. Speaker. Recently there, Lucia gave us $450,000. One of the pathways that we have agreed in getting people away from public assistance is micro-enterprise. And that is why we had 35 persons who are on public assistance who have been deemed to qualify or to graduate from this public assistance have embarked on a micro-enterprise program so that they could open their small business. So we're not just removing them, we are empowering them so that they can maintain a good standard of living. And Madam Commerce, I'm really happy that you are providing support in that regard. Mr. Speaker, for households on the waiting list for almost 2 years, waiting. And I think sometimes of those persons who are waiting in anguish, and I ask myself, are they waiting for someone to pass? Because one way people get out of the program, when they pass, somebody else gets on. You know, and these are poor, struggling, vulnerable persons. So yes, Member for Strozel, of course, Strozel will be part of it, because we do not hold any doctrine that exclude. We believe in including everyone. Mr. Speaker, the horizontal expansion of the public assistance program at a cost of $666,000. This subcomponent will support a horizontal expansion to finance temporary cash transfers to the 800 persons. And of course, under the program, we are going to support them for 6 months. The vertical expansion of the Child Disability Grant. Mr. Speaker, this one is really one of the saddest experience in terms of social development. Persons living with disability. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken about this in cabinet. I asked PM to allow me to visit some of the jurisdiction, and I went to Jamaica to Mustard Seeds, where I witnessed, you know, a priest with a vision managing 174 persons with disability, and I'm talking about chronic disabilities. And as I speak there, I'm sure Tia, who is just 10 years old from Lakwa, would understand why I will mention her name. Tia is receiving $200 a month. Mom is quite young. Tia goes to the Donata school. Tia, along with 2 other students like her, must attend school only 3 days a week. 3 days a week. And must be managed by 2 teachers because of her disability. I do not, when I went to see Tia, I was not happy with the conditions that Tia was living in. But her disability was striking as the normal person watching somebody who is mentally, physically, must be on your back always. You would almost dismissed that this person really do not know what's going on. When I went to the Donata school, Mr. Speaker, I was told by the teacher that Tia is a bright child. And she can experience hurt as well as laughter. She doesn't respond in the way that we respond, but she knows. And I said, oh my God, how many times persons may have said things that she's aware and she's hurt. Think of it. And to what extent we have dismissed that these people cannot learn, whereas they told me that she's bright. And I told Prime Minister, there was a young man there on a wheelchair who said, I want to see the Prime Minister, and he was happy to see me at the Donata school. Mr. Speaker, we are going to increase this $200 to $400 for the next 6 months. This is what we're going to do. We're going to increase the contribution so that Tia gets more. That's what we're going to do. And I've already lobbied with the Taiwanese ambassador through Prime Minister to see if I can get a vehicle for persons going to children attending the Donata school, because I would like for these children to attend school, because every child can learn and every child must learn. The vertical expansion for persons living with HIV is part of this program. A total of $19,000. Of course, And I'm talking about poor individuals who are almost disregarded, dismissed. You know, in St. Lucia, Laniel, le Kosidiwe, Munkagado, Kosidiwe, Panivale, Uvintelma Ba, Pierson Pamele. Not with this government. We're going to increase the food vouchers. And of course, the $100 will be increased by $200 for the next 6 months. Mr. Speaker, also we're going to take care of those in foster care programs. A total of $34,000 will be invested to increase the contribution to foster care from free to $400 for the next 6 months. Mr. Speaker, I must inform this Honorable House that cash transfers are very important to social protection programs and have a multiplier effect on the local economy. Cash can stimulate recovery by creating short-term employment flows, increasing consumer purchasing power, and support trade, rebuild marketing linkages. And for those of us who are the purists on this economic system that you must invest, we're saying that when you invest in the people, it also has a multiplier effect on the economy. Now, Mr. Speaker, I turn to component 2 for the vulnerable population, not on the rosters for transfer programs, working in the informal sector. A total of $3.2 million will be invested. And this component has 3 subcomponents. Income support for cash transfers to displaced informal sector workers, and that includes transfers. We're going to support persons who are somewhere on the near our visitors in arts and craft, dry goods vendors, tour guides, cruise personnel, and taxi operators. This support will follow a cycle of cash transfers valued at $500 per month for 3 months. We will support these individuals. We are working on the details as to what would qualify for this, and this would be received by Cabinet for the approval, but we will be supporting this. Another subcomponent of $1.1 million, the government of St. Lucia will provide oh yes, we are reimbursing the government, because some time ago we provided support to bar owners and the taxi drivers, so a total of $1.2 million will be reimbursed in the consolidated fund for that action that we did. So that is coming back. And of course, Mr. Speaker, $18,000 will go towards feeding the homeless and indigent population. So persons who have been feeding individuals on the street, $18,000 will go and support this, so that we ensure for the next 6 months, December until June, that we support these individuals. Mr. Speaker, component 3 focuses on support of learning continuity in vulnerable populations. A total of $1.2 million will be spent. Mr. Speaker, during the peak of COVID-19, the Ministry of Education was forced to employ virtual approaches for continued learning. During this process, several students, particularly from poor and vulnerable households, were disadvantaged, and they did not have access to the devices at all. Under this component, financing will facilitate the purchase of 133 devices for the Ministry of Equity to manage. BTC will receive the Transit Home, Uptown Girls Center, the Rainbow Children's Home. In Viewfort, 108 devices for Viewfort and Denry. We will provide support in these areas. Mr. Speaker, will also find 5 interactive screens to support technology-enhanced teaching and learning in classrooms. That will be procured by the Ministry of Equity. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, 500 devices will be provided for learners in vulnerable households benefiting from PAP. So apart from providing devices to these institutions that are most times ignored, the Boys Training Center, Uptown Girls Center, the Rainbow Homes, where we have our vulnerable people, we will provide devices to them so that they continue learning. Because again, we believe every child can learn. Every child must learn. Another subcomponent is minor works. We'll be looking at establishing a learning resource center at New Beginning Transit Home. We will support the air conditioning system, electrical fittings there as well. On the capacity building, a subcomponent will be providing 30 teachers across various agencies from the Ministry of Equity. We will be providing them with devices as well. Mr. Speaker, the final subcomponent of this program is the $1.5 million towards the managing of the entire program and providing support to some schools. Of course, we're looking at transportation, we're looking at nutrition, and of course, looking at the whole management of this program. Mr. Speaker, the project budget has been calculated at just a mere $5.2 million, and it will be financed through a soft loan, a concessionary financing from special funds resources from the Caribbean Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, we are pleased that we'll be able to benefit from this and ensure that the people who we are concerned about, who are within the purview of this ministry, will find some support over the next 6 months. In summary, Mr. Speaker, the funds requesters will assist the government in financing this project, which will promote equitable cash transfers as well as the expansion of our safety nets services using a platform of existing cash transfer programs and special transfers to persons directly affected by COVID. It will also support education continuity in St. Lucia, as well as vulnerable population working in the informal sector who are not part of the existing cash transfers arrangement. Mr. Speaker, this project supports the long-term vision of the government of St. Lucia as articulated in the revised National Social Protection Policy 2022 to 2030, which focuses on provision and fulfillment of the needs and rights of individuals, in particular at-risk children, the poor, the vulnerable, elderly, youth, men and women, families and communities, and the development of the full potential of citizens, paying particular attention to the poorest and most vulnerable populations through a comprehensive, integrated, and sustainable social protection system. Those needs and rights include the following: basic income security in the form of various social transfers, such as pensions for the elderly, pensions with persons with disabilities, child benefits, income support benefit, skill development, employment guarantees and services for unemployed and underemployed. 2, available and affordable access to essential social services in areas of health, water and sanitation, education, food security, housing, welfare, and other defined according to national priorities. 3, strengthening the resilience of the poor, vulnerable, and deprived individuals, groups, and communities facing economic, social, climatic, and health risks and shocks through enhanced adaptive social protection. Mr. Speaker, as we know, the government of St. Lucia has formulated and continues to implement policies and programs intended to result in socio-economic transformation and improve livelihoods for its citizens in keeping with its commitment to the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda and the Medium-Term Development Strategy 2021-26. The objective of this project is not different. It will complement ongoing initiatives aimed at putting people first. In addition to our NIC contributory social security, we have strengthened our social protection system and now stands on 10 pillars. The home care program administered through the SSDF, which caters for approximately 500 persons. Educational assistance program, laptops payment, facilities fees, CXC's fees. School feeding program being administered through the Department of Education. Food voucher programs for persons in need and many food and food-related subsidies. Non-vatable food items. For a public assistance program which currently caters for 3,600 100 beneficiary households which provide and support to include burial assistance, eye care, emergency housing, and medical assistance. The National Housing Assistance Program, the labor market activity to include short-term employment initiatives to include caretakers, roadside cleaning by both the Ministry of Local Government and the Ministry of Infrastructure, stimulus caretakers program. 7, the micro entrepreneurship program to function as one of a graduation pathway in collaboration with SSDF and Bell Fund. The foster care program, persons living with HIV program, providing assistance. And 10, we are now approaching universal health care. Please note that we are currently exploring unemployment insurance and social insurance as other pillars to support our social protection initiative. Mr. Speaker, this list is not exhaustive, nor was it intended to be. Rather, it provides a range of support services available to vulnerable households from which they can benefit based on needs. Mr. Speaker, parliamentarian colleagues, the safety net for vulnerable population affected by coronavirus also seeks to support vulnerable groups in need of assistance. Let us support investment in our less fortunate brothers and sisters by supporting this bill, which will pave the way for immediate rollout for these project components. As we move forward on the path of development, let us ensure that we leave no one behind. Single mothers, single fathers, members of the LGBTQ, the elderly, young men and women in prison, abandoned children, those in foster care and in adoption services, the homeless, the mentally challenged, persons living with HIV, they all have rights, and our social protection system ensures that no one should be excluded or discriminated against. In the song of the Holies of 1969, it says that he ain't heavy, he is my brother. They ain't heavy, they are our brothers and sisters. And in the Psalms 9 verse 18, it says, for the needy shall not always be forgotten, and the hope of the poor shall not perish forever. I thank you.
The member for Meekwood South.
Did you fix it now? That has been fixed. Yeah. That has been fixed. Has it been fixed? Where is that? Where is that? Where is it? It's not. Where is that? Let me see. Pull it up, let me see if it is fixed.
Mr. Speaker, let me first of all lend my voice to the many others in the House this morning that gave their condolences and sympathy to the family of the nurse that was sadly killed in this sadly very violent environment that we find ourselves in St. Lucia today. I believe that what makes this particular murder so chilling, Mr. Speaker, is that a person on the way to pick up their daughter to go to school in their car could be so gruesomely killed. And it's a person who we all can relate to, a hardworking woman. A person that probably more than likely did more things right than she did things wrong. And I think that we can all empathize with her and her family at this time of great grief, and only hope that this government finds the courage to stop blaming everyone else for the issues and to get down to the work that they promised the people of this country. Sadly, we still don't see any plan to curb the amount of crime that's taking place in this country. We hear lots of words, lots of things, but the actual getting down to dealing with the structural problems in our society, that this government seems to be neglecting all of those things, and to realize that it is a collective action of the economy, socially, everywhere, that is going to be needed to turn the tide of crime in this country. And it may even start, Mr. Speaker, with the example that we set in this very same house. Mr. Speaker, permit me to congratulate the Prime Minister and the Cabinet on the support that they have given to the Majestic workers. This is support, Mr. Speaker, that was long overdue. If we recall, Majestics went out of business in 2004 during the SLP administration. And that was then soon followed by the then Prime Minister King. I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, the Majestics is in his own constituency, of which sadly nothing was done. And then we had another tenure of an SLP government, 2011 to 2016, in which again they were left wanting. And during my tenure, Mr. Speaker, when this was brought to my attention, in the first 3 years when we were trying to put the economy right and we finally were able to get this thing sorted, we then were confronted with COVID. But I did meet with the NWU and I did meet with the workers themselves. And we did come to very similar terms that the Prime Minister has outlined today. So I want to say I'm sorry to all of those workers that it took those numbers of years in order for them to have been reimbursed, but I'm glad today that it has happened. The Prime Minister also, Mr. Speaker, brought up the issue with regards to LIAT. LIAT is no stranger to us, Mr. Speaker. In fact, on more than one occasion in the history of LIAT, LIAT has actually found itself in financial disarray. In fact, on 2 occasions, the most recent one being, I believe, in 2009 and 2010, there was a regional bailout of LIAT. The bailout was to forgive LIAT of all of its debts, to provide LIAT with new loans, to give LIAT new planes, and to give it a new lease on life. In fact, LIAT's greatest complaint was the competition from Caribbean Star. Caribbean Star was closed, all the other competition was closed. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, even before COVID, LIAT had already found itself back into significant debt. So much so, Mr. Speaker, in 2017, at a meeting that I did attend with other heads, the other heads had, even some of the ones which were the most ardent supporters of LIAT, had to finally say, enough is enough. And many of those countries turned over their shares back to LIAT. And sadly, when COVID came, it was the final nail in the coffin for LIAT. But the lesson to be learned here, Mr. Speaker, is that the things that ailed LIAT, which was not competition, was protectionism. And the fact is, one can go through a multitude of examples, and that's not the forum today, Mr. Speaker, of examples of where LIAT has been protected and it avoided doing the right things. And the mess that we are finding ourselves in today, where persons, exactly what the Prime Minister said, some people who can afford it and some people who have US visas have the opportunity of going to Miami to go back down to Antigua and to Barbados. For those who cannot, they may have to find themselves going to Trinidad or to other places in order just to get to Barbados. But the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that the mess that we find ourselves in today is because we neglected all of the signs that were there that LIAT was in trouble and that we needed to address the aviation industry in its holistic sense in order to be able to create a more competitive environment. Belize, Mr. Speaker, as an example, with a population of 350,000 people, has 2 airlines that have survived over 30 years, both of them making money. And there are many more examples, but sadly in this region, CARICOM, we have 8 civil aviation authorities, 8 different regulators. We had an incestuous ECA in which former pilots and workers of LIAT were employed at ECA and protected LIAT. But again, we're paying that price today, Mr. Speaker, and there's nobody to blame but ourselves in this particular situation. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to address the specific bill at hand, Mr. Speaker, which is a very important one. And I want to again thank CDB for making these concessionary funds available to St. Lucia. And I noticed, Mr. Speaker, that they are specifically to deal with the what I call COVID fallout that we have, the aftermath of COVID that's still with us. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, sometimes when I hear the members on the opposite side speak specifically about COVID and the economic situation that we have found ourselves in, it boggles the mind. And when the Prime Minister would go on and on about what he considers to be irresponsible statements being made about debt, I want him to remember not too long ago when he was sitting on this side, that's exactly what they were saying. Despite all of the evidence, and I just want to go back through what that evidence was, Mr. Speaker, because it's very important. If we go to the Social and Economic Review, Mr. Speaker, on page 122, we'll see that in 2000, sorry, Mr. Speaker, 2021. The revenue in 2019-2020 was $1.185 billion. That revenue actually would have been higher, but we had already started to see the impact of COVID in February and March of 2020. And if you look at 2018-2019 of $1.2 billion. For the year 2020 and 2021, government's revenue dropped to $925 million, Mr. Speaker. So when the Prime Minister speaks about that he's only recovered $40 million of the gas subsidy excise tax. Really? And this is a problem? This is a crisis? We lost almost $250 million of tax revenue, of which there was zero ability to recover any of that money. The current revenue, Mr. Speaker, dropped from $1.14 million to $870 million. By the member from Castries Central, you know what, I have to say to Mr. Speaker, he really entertains me. He really does. So, Mr. Speaker, you're telling me that he wants to make a reference to VAT? The fact is that when we dropped the VAT rate, Mr. Speaker, from 15% to 12.5%, which was a campaign promise, revenue which was expected to have dropped, that's according to the IMF, by $55 million, only in the first year dropped by $15 million. And within 18 months, we had recovered to where we were previously. And the only way that that mathematically can take place, Mr. Speaker, is that there was economic activity. And that economic activity is sustained by the fact... Mr. Speaker, the increase in the fuel tax happened long before COVID. I'm talking about before COVID, right? The revenue was $1.8 billion. and it dropped to 925. Recurrent revenue dropped from 1.4 billion to $870 million. Mr. Speaker, taxes on goods and services dropped from 277 million to 168. Taxes on international trade, which is primarily your tourism sector and your airlines, 517 million to 398 million dollars, Mr. Speaker. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, when revenue had dropped over $250 million, and then the other invisible cash burden that the state had, Mr. Speaker, was the rollover of bonds. We had almost $800 million of bonds that were due to be rolled over that year, Mr. Speaker. And there was a 25% redemption on those bonds. These are people that had not, like government, like the rest of the world, had not anticipated that COVID was going to come, had invested bonds, and now needed the cash, either for their household or for their own businesses, Mr. Speaker. So over $200 million of additional cash had to be found. And that is why when you read the Financial and Economic Review and the numbers are netted off, because what happened, Mr. Speaker, is we converted shorter term, more expensive bonds into longer term borrowing at a cheaper rate. And that is why the average interest rates went up.
One example
of what? So you borrowed $330 million. You borrowed $330 million, right, of longer term revenue. Is that not true? From the World Bank, from the IMF, and from CDB. To provide for budgetary support.
Right, but not for bonds.
Okay, but for budgetary support. And what you did is when you were paying back on the bonds, you did not take any additional bonds. You ended up converting it. And that's the point, Mr. Speaker. All of a sudden, they just want to figure out the numbers disappear by themselves. The reality is exactly what the Prime Minister just said, Mr. Speaker. That the borrowings that were undertaken were there to provide budgetary support. And let me show you, Mr. Speaker. So you're talking about wages and salaries during 2020 and 2021 was $413 million. Interest payments was $164 million. Goods and services, which is the operating cost of government, your rent, your utilities, your contracts, was $279 million. So it means that you had, Mr. Speaker, expenses of $1.5 billion, and you only had a revenue of $925 million. Plus, you lost the money from the bonds which you had to pay out. So the monies that we brought in literally were used to pay for salaries, were to pay for goods and services and current transfers, because we could not use the IMF money or the World Bank money in order to pay any debt. So it's the remaining revenue we had. So again, Mr. Speaker, we've heard members on the opposite side repeatedly speak about how it's the largest borrowing ever, and that what were the options. And then, Mr. Speaker, they had the audacity, given that kind of problem, which was unprecedented, to say that when we gave $500 a month to provide for income support, which they to date have not been able to do, and I didn't hear the minister say it specifically, but I'm hoping there's going to be some level of income support, and the $15,000 they promised people, maybe that's going to be in this bill or the next bill. So here it is today, Mr. Speaker. Revenue has recovered to where it was before. Revenue has recovered to where it was before, Mr. Speaker. This government does not have that excuse. And they still have not been able to do it. Mr. Speaker, yes, Mr. Speaker, in part NIC money was used, and also in part monies from the recurrent investment was used. Okay? But guess what? We found mechanisms to be able to provide that support. You have been there. Mr. Speaker, here is a man who said that he was ready for the job. He's been in training, and he was ready. And here's a year and a half has gone by, Mr. Speaker. The fishermen are still still waiting. Everybody else is waiting for the $1,500. Because he was so adamant, Mr. Speaker. He said that $500 was civic. That was an insult to people. That we should be giving $1,500. Well, here it is, Mr. Speaker, that he has an opportunity. He has an opportunity where the revenue has been recovered.
The member for Microsoft is continually sitting in the House. I never said so. What I know is I beat him in the election.
You see, Mr. Speaker, you know, when people have to resort to that kind of rhetoric in order to justify their own existence, I feel sorry for them. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that the people on the ground are feeling it. They have lost confidence in this government. They know that this government has now fooled them. They know that they were bluffed. Because almost 18 months has gone by and none of the promises that they've made have come through, Mr. Speaker. And again, time will now show. Time will now show what had happened, Mr. Speaker. Boy, Mr. Speaker, you know, Mr. Speaker, I have to wonder sometimes, right? If it was not for the United Workers' Party and how we transparently conduct our business, okay? Instead of artificially a man wins 100% vote support. Really, you want us to believe that everybody, Mr. Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, one of the things is I know I'm confident in myself. The United Workers' Party has a process for its leadership, and that process will go through, and I am very confident that I will prevail at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker. But I'm very happy that the members on the opposite side can gain that form of entertainment. But that does not work on me, and it's not working on anybody else. What the reality is that they cannot deflect the people of this country from the pain that people are feeling. The pain in their pockets, the pain in their bellies, the pain in the fear in their hearts, Mr. Speaker. Significant amount of pain that the people are suffering in this country. And this government is providing absolutely nothing to be able to give them any form of hope. So, Mr. Speaker, I continue. So when we now look at the labor unemployment, before 2019, or when we came into government, unemployment was at 24.1%, Mr. Speaker. By 2019, we had dropped it to 16.8%, Mr. Speaker. And then all of a sudden during COVID, which would be expected, tourism closed. It went back up to 21.7%. And I was very heartened, Mr. Speaker, although it was very late in the day, that the Ministry of Statistics put out a report to show that the unemployment by the first quarter of 2022 had dropped back down to 16%. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, I'm pretty sure that number is in excess of 21% today. But it showed that, where's that unemployment? 15,000 hotel workers, Mr. Speaker, woke up and didn't have a place to go to work. And I'm very happy that the member mentioned unemployment insurance. And the reason why we had to borrow the money, or not borrow the money, the reason why NIC was creative in what it did was to make up for that fact. Because NIC is a pension fund, not an unemployment insurance. Many people get it confused, Mr. Speaker. And so NIC was able to take monies, $100 million, out of its future in order to be able to provide some money to the people. And it was the initiatives of this government, my government, that allowed us to go and negotiate a wholesale moratorium on loans for everybody in this country. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy that the member brought that up, you know. In fact, it was in case of St. Lucia, and I have to really thank the Bank Association here in St. Lucia, because the ECCB did not want there to be a holistic moratorium. But the reality is that, Mr. Speaker, with tourism being impacted and the number of indirect businesses that also would have been impacted, the run on the banks would not have been able to handle it. And I'm very happy that St. Lucia played a very critical role, Mr. Speaker, in influencing the ECCB and agreeing to an overall moratorium. And those discussions, Mr. Speaker, with the Banking Association began as early as the end of February. So in anticipation, and that's the difference, you know, Mr. Speaker. There are many crises that are coming. We warned the government about the crises of the supply chain issues and inflation. up to today, there is no policy position. You're all living in denial, and people in this country are paying the price for that blindness, that level of arrogance of not wanting to be able to deal with the problem, Mr. Speaker. That is the difficulty that I have. I continue, Mr. Speaker. HIA on page 114. We'll see that, Mr. Speaker, in 2019, there was 384,000 people, or 764,000 both ways, that went through HIA Airport. In 2020, that number was down to 276,000. 500,000 less people going through HIA in 1 year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you then go to the actual tourism arrivals, which is on page 104. Tourism arrivals, Mr. Speaker, in 2019 was 423,000. In 2020, it was 130,000. So when you talk about a contraction in the economy of 24%, and you want to live it like my good friend, the psychologist, a half-truth, and want to make it believe that there was some mismanagement of the economy and that's why all of a sudden there was a 24% decrease? No, Mr. Speaker. It was our dependence on tourism, and our GDP had been rebased. It was the first one in the OECS to be rebased. It was rebased. No, sir. It was not rebased 5 times. In my tenure, it was rebased once. Once in my tenure. 5 times in my tenure. 5 times in my tenure. I want to hear. During 2016 to 2021, it was rebased once. And when it was rebased because they said that tourism was being under-recognized in our numbers. Not me, IMF. IMF is the one who did the study. Okay? So Mr. Speaker, we went down to 130,000 arrivals. When we go down to the cruise ship arrivals, Mr. Speaker, which is on page 102, we went from 1.2 million in 2019 to 454,000 in 2020 and 301,000 in 2021. A significant impact, Mr. Speaker. Now I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that when you now go and you look at page 9, Mr. Speaker, and there's a macroeconomic indicators of the debt to GDP of the countries in the region. St. Lucia in 2020 was 92.2%. Dominica 109. Antigua 98.6. St. Kitts and Nevis 67.9, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines 87.4. By 2021, Mr. Speaker, Antigua had gone from 81.1% to 80.2%. Sorry, Antigua went from 98% to 95%. Dominica went from 109 to 111%. Grenada went from 72 to 71. St. Lucia went from 92.1 to 90.6. St. Kitts went from 67.9 to 68.2. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines went from 87.4 to 92.4. So, Mr. Speaker, you then also look at the economic growth rates for that period of time, and St. Lucia outshone everyone in 2021. So what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that by the time 2020 had ended, and the policies that we put in place to do what? Which was to quickly recover tourism, which we recovered 50% of it, and focus on construction, and to use the monies from the lockbox in order to be able to fund the DCFs. Okay? All of those things created now what? It created the second highest growth rate in the whole of CARICOM and the highest growth rate in the OECS. By far, last year, 2021. Under our policies, Mr. Speaker. Under our policies, Mr. Speaker. Okay? So, Mr. Speaker, this government now have come in and reversed all those policy positions. So here it is, Mr. Speaker. We're going to come here to borrow money for a 6-month program of something that we have to be looking longer term for, Mr. Speaker. This government has been in office almost a year and a half. All the experience I see around the table, they brag about. All the financial gurus and social hearts that we have, Mr. Speaker. You would have thought that by now we would be cooking with gas. But Mr. Speaker, all this is a Band-Aid. What I would have liked to have heard from both the Minister of Equity and also from the Prime Minister, that this is the beginning of a program and start to lay out the policies, Mr. Speaker, that they're going to be implementing to be able to sustain this on a regular basis. How are we going to do it? Because, Mr. Speaker, when we go to our social and economic review, when we go to, Mr. Speaker, to the campaign promises that we've made, that's exactly what we were talking about. Unemployment insurance, Mr. Speaker, a regular subsidy to the people who are unemployed, the vulnerable persons in our society, the single mothers who don't have work. In order to be able to help those people, we have to give them regular contributions coming out of the recurrent expenditure of our country. But in order to do that, Mr. Speaker, and that's where the feeling of this government comes from. In order to be able to do that, you have to first grow the economy, and you have to be able to create a situation in which we have a surplus revenue in order to be able to do that. Because the fact is, by running the deficit you have, all you're able to do is to cover salaries, pay the debt, and pay the operating cost. Any additional things that you want to do will have to come at the expense of borrowing, Mr. Speaker, and that is where this government falls apart. But you know what happens, Mr. Speaker? There becomes a balancing fact. And that balancing fact is that it becomes a point in which you cannot borrow any more money. And if you continue to run those kinds of deficits. So, Mr. Speaker, I continue to say that this government does not have a plan. No plan, Mr. Speaker. All they want to do is to lay blame to everybody else. You know, there was a trough, and I'm very sorry for what happened, and to hear the member from Castries North try to justify what happened, a person of his own experience, I'm shocked. We're shocked. I mean, I would have thought that by now, Mr. Speaker, he would have known that when you go and you desilt early in the year, and you have heavy rains, all of a sudden now you're going to have to desilt. To go now and want to blame what people are dumping in the rivers, that's been going on for years. But if you do your desilting, and then you put a program in place to prevent people from doing that, that's the solution. But to come here now and to justify the place being flooded the way it was, Mr. Speaker, okay, by blaming it on the people who are dumping things in the thing, who can't probably get proper solid waste collections. This is wrong, Mr. Speaker. That's why we cannot go anywhere, Mr. Speaker. Everything is somebody else's fault. Everybody else's fault. They never want to be able to accept the responsibilities of what's taking place. You wanted to be in government, you're in government. Govern! Take care of the people. You're coming here with Band-Aids. This is nice, Mr. Speaker, but this is not going to solve the medium-term and long-term problems that we have in this country, where we have too many people who are living way below the level of standard of living. And it is about the standard of living, Mr. Speaker, and everything the United Workers' Party has done in the past and everything we've been doing has been focused on that, but in a practical way. And it is this government that wants to malpally all the things that we're doing. When the member from Castries North, Mr. Speaker, tries to talk about how people want to come and say things, I leave that for the Labour Party. Y'all are the best at that. Half-truths, blame game. But you what? Can't solve anything. That's why they always used to say, and we can say it again, labor pains. That's what this country is now suffering from. Labor pains. And where those persons who had forgotten, there are many people today, Mr. Speaker, who are regretting what they have done. But there'll be more on that subject, Mr. Speaker. So again, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the CDB for making these concessionary funds available. I'm hoping that the government will use this as an opportunity to rethink, retool, re-engage, and figure out how they are going to pay for these resources, these important programs, out of our own recurrent revenue. And I'll give them a little bit of a hint, Mr. Speaker. It can only come when you generate higher revenues than what your operating costs are. That's how you start to grow the economy. But the reality is that they themselves don't know what to believe in. So anybody who comes in and tells them some story, that's what they're going to follow. And that's exactly what we're seeing going on today, Mr. Speaker, in this country. I thank you very much.
Member for Castries Central.
Yeah, I need it, yeah. I won't be long, but I have to show up. Yeah. No, I could just give a few uppercuts. Yeah, we are Orange Grove. Orange Grove. Mr. Speaker, it was never my intention to speak on this resolution because generally I tend to believe, Mr. Speaker, that when a resolution is tabled in this August chamber, a resolution that brings relief to the people of this country, and in this instance 8,000 people, there would be very little room for debate. But you see, Mr. Speaker, when you hear utterances that carry not an iota of truth, clearly intended to sensationalize and deceive, the compunction assails me and the need to respond becomes an obligation. Mr. Speaker, I juxtapose what the leader of the opposition and member for Miku South, said in his contribution today, alongside the untruths that he spews on social media under his name, and you wonder whether the member for Miku South remembers anything or suffers from selective amnesia. The audacity of this individual, Mr. Speaker, had him posting on social media a huge, a fat, a humongous, a grandiose, a too heavy to carry lie. Just like, Mr. Speaker, he keeps on lying and deceiving the people, wanting them to believe that this government sold a pot. He actually posted, repeated, and said on a multiplicity of occasions that we as a government sold the pot. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, this was a deceitful statement intended to cause sensationalism. It is more than dishonesty, that's putting it mildly. It basically speaks to someone, Mr. Speaker, who lacks the ability to retain even his own name. So sometimes when he speaks, he qualifies it by saying the truth is what you believe it to be. So anything he says and he believes it, it is the truth. So in his head and his head alone, the accusation of we selling the pots is true only to him. Mr. Speaker, another another utterance that he made. And he's doing all of this, Mr. Speaker, in an attempt to assist him in keeping afloat his sinking leadership boat. But there are two sailors on that boat called Andy and Ozzy. And those sailors will ensure that that boat sinks. The Christians. So that leadership boat is down to submerge. Mr. Speaker, you will not believe that again on social media, another lie. The first one is we sold the ports. I suspect you were born on All Liars Day. They have All Fools Day. I don't know why. I think I'll ask.
Member for Castries Central,
sorry,
I have given you great liberty, but consistently referring to a member of the House as a liar is unparliamentary. I think you can use another word to say exactly what you want to say.
The untruth teller. Okay. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that's one of the arguments I always get myself involved in. If a member is being factual and can substantiate whatever he asserts, and it is, Andre Paul and I had that discussion, I remember one time. He said even if he knows, and he was referring to the leader of the opposition, was then Prime Minister, even if he knows and he can decipher the lies that he told, in his mind, this man ought not lie, so he'll use some other words. Anyhow, I am guided, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, another untruth is that he posted today's borrowings will bring our borrowings as a government in excess of $500 million. Yes, he did. He posted it under his name on social media. And what is worrisome, Mr. Speaker, there are persons who are supposedly intelligent. They take this and they run with it, expecting their leader to be telling them the truth. They came down on this government for the allegation of selling the ports, which is an untruth. They are going all over the place. They even said there is no longer Madi Puete, is Madi Vole. That is how far they have gone, Mr. Speaker, in response to a false allegation that our borrowings today will bring us in excess of $500 million. You know, a leader, your leadership boat is sinking, and you are seeking to cause sensationalism by having the few noisemakers latched onto you. The other birthday party, I counted 12, he wasn't even there. A leader who had promised to have 15,000 people converge on the square. Mr. Speaker, I passed there in a surreptitious way.
For Miko South? Clarification, are you yielding?
There was never any...
Are you yielding, member for Castries Central?
No, I wouldn't yield, Mr. Speaker. No. Clarification, no. If it's a point of order, yes. His clarification is cause for further confusion. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition said he will have 15,000 people congregate on the Derek Walcott Square. But guess what? He didn't even know. He did not even know where the demonstration was. He disembarked on the VG field, by which time the vehicle left. He had to walk from the VG field to the square. So he didn't even know. And I rather suspect he didn't know where the party for him was. But Mr. Speaker, on a very serious note, Mr. Speaker, you cannot, as a leader, as an ex-prime minister, be feeding your people, your followers, with so many untruths. Not one or two, many. We sold the ports. Mr. Speaker, this government to fund the 2022-2023 budget is yet to borrow 1 penny. Let me repeat, to finance this year's budget that run from the 1st of April 2022 to March 31st, 2023, we have borrowed not 1 penny. Note, I did not say that within the confines of the budget, an intention to borrow was not expressed. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I am saying today, since the passage of the budget, we are yet to borrow 1 penny. But eventually we will have to, because the budget has to be financed. But for this individual, Mr. Speaker, to tell his people that this will take us to over $500 million is a blatant untruth. You see, Mr. Speaker, this leader of the opposition, ex-Prime Minister, member for Miku South, has the record for borrowing. And we can check the records, it will prove it. He has the record of borrowing. The most money borrowed by any government in one term was under the leader of the opposition. And that can be substantiated, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, I sit and I listen to the leader of the opposition, and sometimes I'm wondering, why am I in politics? You know why? If I were to be in politics and deceive as much as the leader of the opposition and tell so many untruths and be such a hypocrite, I don't want to be in politics. Mr. Speaker, whilst the leader of the opposition sat right here in that seat, another post of his, that today we are creating new jobs for the boys by making room for the appointment of a deputy speaker. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker? In 5 years, you have this chamber functioning without a deputy speaker. In 5 years, you made a mockery of the Constitution. When you were interrogated, you said that the Constitution says when it's convenient to me. 5 years later, it wasn't convenient. We are seeking to kill a defect. We are seeking to bring normalcy, because you know, the Constitution envisaged that there would have been honorable men and women who have to ensure that the stipulations within the Constitution are adhered to. That's correct, before he was born. But here came the leader of the opposition into the political periphery, and all recluse, Mr. Speaker. Totally disregarded the Constitution, and not only in that regard, he started off his saying, the Constitution clearly says that there shall be a sitting of Parliament within 30 days after a general election. He disregarded that. When interviewed, you know what he said, Mr. Speaker? The Constitution imposes no sanctions. You know, taking our most supreme law for party show, Mr. Speaker, and then want to come and pose yourself as some kind of authoritarian holding moral high ground. Where? So you disrespected it by having Parliament beyond the 30 days. You further disrespected it by not appointing a deputy speaker. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? You know why he did not appoint a deputy speaker? Because he wanted to make room for the largest cabinet in the history of St. Lucia. He had the largest cabinet in the history of St. Lucia. So the deputy speaker, that position as mandated by the Constitution, was sacrificed as he relied on his own interpretation of as far as or when it's convenient. And here we are, attempting to ensure that when dishonorable men enter the honorable chamber, they are obligated to comply with the stipulations of the law. So we are seeking to amend this constitution to ensure that a prime minister's hands are relieved. I will get there, but it is deceit in the same vein I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker.
But this motion is not about deceit.
Yes. You opened the door. You opened it. Yes. You sat here and posted that. And you know the worst thing? Guess who's talking about we're looking for a job for friends, family, and foreigners? I could not believe the man is quoting FFF. I could not believe it. Yes. But you know what, Mr. Speaker, when we get there, I will ensure that I have a copy of the post and make it a document of the House. You know, Mr. Speaker, that is the kind of hypocrisy I don't like. You took advantage of a situation. There's clearly a loophole. You took advantage of it. In fact, I will ask us to amend the Constitution as well to say anytime a man becomes Prime Minister and he fails to convene Parliament within 30 days, he shall be liable to 6 months imprisonment. So you will not say there are no sanctions. It is people like you who disregard our law, who disregard our Constitution that cause us to be in constitutional dilemmas, headed for the court, taking years and years to resolve. And if you don't know, there is also convention. How has it been done before in the absence of my own interpretation? And that's the first time again in the history of this country that for 5 years we didn't have a deputy speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I heard another thing again. We did not what? Pay Liad workers because we were trying to fix the economy. You know? Yes, you did. Majestic or Liad, whichever. Which one did you see? Which one? Majestic, okay. I stand corrected by my very good friend who seldom remembers the truth. He said, Mr. Speaker, that we did not pay the Majestic workers because they were trying to fix the economy. I want to talk about Liad first. Mr. Speaker, I was in a cabinet of ministers with the leader of the opposition. The leader of the opposition was then Minister of Tourism. You remember? I know you don't remember much. You remember you said under your tenure as Minister of Tourism, you would build 13 hotels. You remember that? With me? 13 hotels. But Mr. Speaker, as Minister of Tourism, you gave millions and millions away to American Airlines. You gave millions to foreign aircraft. Say I lie to foreign airlines. Say I lie. And you opened your mouth and you said you will not assist Liad. Mr. Speaker, the allocation to Ministry of Tourism, which was supposed to have been used to promote St. Lucia as a destination, was being used to make donations to foreign airlines except Liad. What were you giving them money for? Donations. What are they? American was coming here with empty seats. Because guess what? The Minister of Tourism had already paid for the vacant seats. That is a fact. I remember one year, Mr. Speaker, the allocation to the Ministry of Tourism was $50 million. It was increased. Mr. Speaker, I speak from a standpoint of knowledge. $50 million. because persons who have the view there is a tourism guru at the helm. But it turned out to be a tourism mumu, because boxing in paradise took so much of our money. SCCF conference, donations to airlines, nothing to promote the better good of this country. You know, a food and run festival. You know, my ex-prime minister is reminding me, he was the one who made the allocations. You know, and today, you have the audacity, the gall to come into this honorable house. The ex-prime minister says he thought the member was a tourism guru. And those are facts, Mr. Speaker. Those are facts. Oh, Heppel, how much was being paid to Heppel again? You are Minister of Tourism. It's the same way, you know. It's the same way. You are Minister of Tourism. They give you to run the tourism ministry. You bring in Heppel to help you work. It is the same way. You are Minister of Finance. We had never in the history of this country paid anybody any money to help us do our budgets. Our loyal civil servants always came to the call. But no, Ernst & Young. Ernst & Young got Ernst & Old now. Money they have so. You know. And you know, Mr. Speaker, when he was questioned, he said, hey, he didn't even take 1% of the budget. You're moving a budget of $1.8 billion. 1% is 18 million. You have the audacity to even tell us how much it costs you? Sir John never did that. Kenny Anthony never did that. Philip J. Pierre never did that. There was no ex-prime minister who ever did that. The loyal civil servants were there. But for the first 3 years, he had no faith in them. He sidelined them. He disregarded them. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? When things got rough and there was no more money in the government coffers, he reverted to them. He reverted to them. And today, want to come in this chamber and pretend you have all the answers. Which answers? Which answers? Which answers you have? In 2016, our economy was the best performing economy in the OECS. The best. You left it at the worst. You know. In 2016, Mr. Speaker, we were paying $32 million in rent. When he left it in 2021, our rental bill had gone up to $72 million a year. He almost doubling it, or more than doubling it. More than doubling it. I'm coming to Orange Grove. But hear that, Mr. Speaker, and it's a fact that he rented 5 offices from his father. So part of the increase went to pay the rent to his own father. No, it's not conflict of interest, it's not corruption, it's not unethical in his eyes. You know, and then want to come here. And then want to come here and pretend you know everything. Mr. Speaker, you know what is funny? You know what is funny, Mr. Speaker? The leader of the opposition never entertained Liat workers. And mind you, they were both Flabo and Labor in Liat. He never entertained the Majestic workers. They were both Labor and Flabo in Majestic. But to appease them, to play on the conscience, he said, I congratulate the government for paying them. So that out there, in their minds, boss no happy punu. He could have done it. You know, he could have done it, Mr. Speaker, but he didn't do it. And guess his excuse? We were busy fixing the economy. How you were fixing the economy when you take $7.3 million and gave to a man who does business with your brother-in-law? That's how you were fixing the economy? And you know, I'm coming. The man gives us back part of our $7.3 million. The leader of the opposition had the audacity to go on television and to tell the people of this country they are happy they got part of the money back. I saved that clip for election. I don't know if you'll be there though. Because I don't know if Andy and Ozzy will do what they have to do.
Member of Castries Central,
Yes.
I'm straining to try to stop you.
Okay.
But I recognize that the member from Mico South inserted in his debate the ministerial statement
That's
that
correct.
he put the door ajar, and unfortunately I've just kicked it down completely.
That's correct.
But I really am trying to stop you. I just can't.
Okay, very well, Mr. Speaker, very well. That's why I said I actually sang, don't open the door, knock and the door shall be open. Okay, he brought it in, he was busy fixing the economy. $7.3 million for vaccines. And lied to us, told us an untruth, Mr. Speaker. Told us an untruth by saying Barbados paid money as well. Barbados did not pay 1 penny. Not 1 penny. So far we have been refunded. I don't know if he's begged the Prime Minister begged the money for our money back. I begged the man for our money back because the Prime Minister is in desperate need of money. The man sent us 2.7, he has 4.6 left for us. On behalf of the government and people of St. Lucia, I am asking the member for Mico South to make an assiduous effort to retrieve the monies that came from our coffers and for which we have received no value. Please. That's how you were fixing the economy? Were you fixing the economy by giving Lockerbie $32 million to tell us where to plant grass? That's how you fix the economy? Were you fixing the economy when Sanders collected $24 million on our behalf and you asked them to keep it? That's how you fixing the economy? Were you fixing the economy when you gave DSH our land at $1 an acre for 99 years? That's how you fixing the economy? You spent $11 million on a bypass road for TRK. That's how you fixing the economy? 15 million. St. Jude. No, there is no lost box. There is a lost box. St. Jude, the foundation, was estimated at 3 million. A bill of 9 million came through. That's how you were fixing the economy? $12 million to Pomandu. $12 million to tell us what our locals have told us all the time. Fixing the economy, man. Which economy? Which economy? There is a blue economy there, and there is a real economist there. Which one were you fixing? What economy were you fixing? You know, give DSH out within 2 weeks. Signing an agreement giving DSH rights to sell our passports, and the proceeds can remain in a foreign bank to which we have no access. That's how you were fixing the economy, man. You demolish. Up to now, we don't have a prisoner holding facility. I built it. Look a little again, we probably wouldn't have it. The member for Mico North was Prime Minister. I was Minister of Physical Development. I built it. You demolished, the member of Castries North, sorry. You demolished it. Today, we have to find money to build another prisoner holding facility. That's how you were fixing the economy. 7 million. You know, that's how you were fixing. You were breaking the economy. You were mashing it up. That's what you were doing. Talk about fixing. Go and acquire a hotel. Government is not a hotelier. You are a hotelier. But you want to compulsorily acquire Caribbean jewels. And then ask invest to pay. With over $50 million in registered debt. That's a fact. That is a fact. That's not a fact. Oh, but Shocklands is brother-in-law. Yeah.
Member for Swazelle Saltibus.
Mr. Speaker, I looked at the leader of the opposition because I thought he would have. The land was not compulsory acquired, was it?
Caribbean Jewels?
The land was purchased by investment Lucia. It was in a receivership. Honorable Speaker.
That is not correct. Member for Swazelle, if you don't know something for a fact, don't say. The hotel was acquired.
Member for Mirkut South.
Point of order on clarifications, if you will.
Yeah. Clarification? No, I'm not accepting any clarification. Point of order, say.
Members misleading the House, Mr. Speaker.
That is a point of order.
Yeah.
So you may
Mr.
proceed.
Speaker, the same method that was used for the lands in the south in View Fort, when we had all these lands that were in receivership, Mr. Speaker, were there because of the Icelandic Bank. And he knows well, he's a lawyer, but you have two options. You can buy the company, but if you buy the company, Mr. Speaker, you don't know what liabilities you're buying into the company. So the mechanism that was used was we agreed with the receiver on how much the amount was going to be paid, and we compulsorily acquired the land in order to not have to take over the company.
But that's exactly what I said.
No, it's not what you said.
Member for Mirkut South, but are you agreeing with him that you
Mr. Speaker, the method was used, but the purpose of what he is suggesting is that we just acquired. We did not. We acquired it in agreement with the receivers.
But he never disputed how. He merely said that it was compulsorily acquired. That's you agree with him. Proceed, member.
That's all I said. You know, Mr. Speaker, it's a fact. You compulsorily acquired a hotel when government is not a hotelier, and the proceeds of the acquisition must be passed on to private entities. You acquired a hotel. Gouvernement par hotel ya, mais dernier ministre là acquire a hotel massive by Kimoun. Those are the, and then you talk about fixing the economy. Fixing what? Mr. Speaker, I'm coming to you. There was a company that says it can train people. They stayed at Coco Palm. And the government and people of St. Lucia funded the training of cabinet ministers by that very agency. Dr. Bat, they train you? The man, our representative, our ambassador to England at the time, Ambassador Mayers, even flew down to be trained by Dr. Bat at Coco Palm. And the bill was footed by the taxpayers of this country. You were fixing the economy. You were fixing the economy. You know, Mr. Speaker, under the stewardship of the member from Equitable North, we acquired the Orange Grove Hotel. No, Castries North, sorry. Under his stewardship. It was something I was never in agreement with, but it went through. We spent in excess of $50 million cumulatively on that hotel. Yes, on the building, sorry. On the mall, Orange Grove Mall. You see that hotel thing done stick in my mind already, Mr. Orange Grove Plaza. We spent in excess of $50 million on that plaza, paying $252,000 a month in interest. But here comes the member from Miku South, Prime Minister then, sells it for $5 million US, which is 13.5 million EC. And in the deed, within the confines of the deed, enters into an agreement that would guarantee the purchaser cumulatively $52 million. I'll say it in Creole.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, members misleading the House again. The acquisition of the sale of the Orange Grove was only for the ground floor. So in fact, government owns the second and third floor, and government sold the ground floor. So the entire building was valued at 30 million EC, and that's what it was sold for, the 10 million US dollars. So 5 million for the ground floor, 5 million for upstairs. And the developers agreed to now to go in and fix the remaining of the building, of which government will pay a rent of $4. So I would certainly like to hear from the member, particularly from the member of the Minister of Finance, whether in fact that he's now examined the deal, whether in fact he thinks it's a bad deal. The reality is government didn't have to put any cash out, and we're going to be able to take a piece of land that has been undeveloped for so many years and is now going to come and make a meaningful contribution to our economy at this time, with very little exposure by our government. In fact, the average rent we're paying now in the system is in excess of $5. This is going to be for $4. So I certainly would like to correct the member. Maybe he didn't read the fine detail of it to understand that element of it.
Member of Castries Central, the member from Miku South has said that the building was not sold. It was the ground floor? The ground floor.
Mr. Speaker, I know you are one who knows the law. Mr. Speaker, to sell any part of a building now, it must be sold in accordance with the Condominium Act. There is a deed of sale of the property registered from the government of St. Lucia, from Amazona Properties, a company owned by the government of St. Lucia, to whoever there is a registered deed of sale. What it is, within that deed, it says that the government undertakes, and I remember the square footage, 78,406 square feet at $4 a square foot. That's correct, right? Good. How much is that monthly? I don't know. You just told us it's at $4. $4 a square foot, Mr. Speaker. With 1 3/4 acres of land. The floor space is 43,000, almost 2 acres. You sold the property. You are turning back. You are turning back and rent 2 floors. If you sold the ground floor, why have to pay rent? You sold the property, turn back, rent almost 80,000 square feet at $4 a square foot, which is almost $320,000 a month. Tansa Alan Shasne fele seklisye misi. Tansa. Nou teni yo building la yo kwe Orange Grove. Nou depase $50 million lay. Comme premier ministre, Alan Shasne vani pour 12.5 million dollars. 13.5. Et en même temps qu'à vani, il dit qu'on ça il a loué presque 40,000 pieds carrés en the building. C'est presque déacté. À $4 par pied carré. Ça va venir about $300,000 par mois. Par mois. En de yon année, combien ça là, ça y est? En de yon année, moun a fait $3,700,000 l'année. En 10 l'année, après la rivière, il y a combien de profils là? Et nous supposons être là pour 16 l'année. And that is how you fix the economy? Huh? We sold the ground floor. That's a new one. Because you know what? You have given me further. I will get the deed. I will make the deed public, I promise you. I will make the deed public. You sold the ground floor. There is it's not, anyway. The SHO public, you call it a fake. But Mr. Speaker, that is the kind of leadership we had in this country. That is the kind of leadership we had in this country. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Our Prime Minister has a philosophy. You never blame the recipient of a sweet deal. Blame the person who on government's behalf gave that other person such a sweet deal. If the United Workers' Party had come to me now and had asked me for $13.5 million, I don't have it, but I would even sell my underwear to take advantage of the deal that was given on Orange Grove. Because $13.5 million and guaranteed $370,000 a month for 16 years. What more do you need? But the bank wouldn't even want a deposit. That is how sweet the deal is, Mr. Speaker.
Again, Mr. Speaker, point of order, the member is misleading the House. At the end of the day, the $4 represents a significant decrease in the amount of rent that government pays. This is not additional rent. I'm hoping that the government will take advantage of the rent and the building that is being built there and transfer other places that are being...
Remember, where did he refer to a reduction or increase in rent?
He's not, but he's
merely saying that we have paid X dollars and we are spending Y.
He's suggesting, Mr. Speaker, that's why I said he's misleading the House. He is suggesting...
Well, I didn't get that impression.
Added rent on top of it. I'm saying this is to substitute. That was the intention.
No.
That's why it's $4 a square foot. And the government is now paying...
Member from Microsoft, I heard no insertion of any suggestion. I heard a direct statement that X dollars was it was sold for X dollars, even though we bought it for Y, and thereafter we are renting a certain amount that will cost us over a 16-year period more than $30 million. I never heard anything about increase or decrease in rental.
Mr. Speaker, if the member is saying that it's going to be $300,000 a month in additional rent, did you hear him say that, Mr. Speaker?
No, he didn't use the word additional. He just said it was $300,000 rent.
So am I not to imply that there's going to be an increase in rent of $300,000 a month?
Well, you're free to imply what you want, but
so can I take it?
You can take it how you want. The speaker didn't take it that way, and that is what matters.
Can I get your clarification?
My clarification is that all I heard the member for Castries Central say was whilst he was minister, they bought a building and spent nearly $50 million overall on that building. That building was then sold for $13.5 million. You have attempted to clarify it was only the ground floor. That's in the air. Out of that $13.5 million, you're renting...
Sorry, go ahead, yes.
You're renting, you have agreed to rent over 70,000 square feet at $4, which comes to $300,000 a month. That's all he said.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In that same vein, because if I say he has land there, which is a fact, and if I said he signed at the SH deal, which is a fact, he'll say I'm implying that because he has land there, he signed at the SH deal. And he has been caught for that. He has been caught for that. I said a member of his family is a director of a family, which is a fact. She has been caught for that. So you understand.
Remember, you can't litigate what's in court here, right?
Very well, Mr. Speaker. But it is along those same lines. I spoke factually that we bought a building, spent cumulatively in excess of $50 million on the building. He turned around, sold the building for $13.5 million. And in the same agreement, in the deed which I had yesterday, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I really didn't come prepared to make a contribution. I didn't, because I never envisaged that my friend would have opened the door. You know? And Mr. Speaker, we sold it, he sold it $13.5 and guarantees the purchaser in excess of $52 million over the 16-year period. And it's easy to calculate. He has just admitted that he agreed to rent 78,000 square feet at $4 a square foot. That's almost $320,000 by 12. That's about $4 million a year, 16 years. 16 years. 16 years. And that is how you tell me. You stand in this house before the people of this country and tell us you are fixing the economy. Mr. And again in a floodplain, you know, Mr. Speaker. In a floodplain. Mr. Speaker, just imagine in the agreement, and I told my colleagues that yesterday, we were supposed to have had delivery of the building by a certain date. That date has passed. The court was supposed to have moved there in accordance with the agreement he signed. Today, Mr. Speaker, we still continue to pay $40,000 a month to house the court where it currently is, because the completion date has passed and we have been given no building. And then, Mr. Speaker, you hear I was busy fixing the economy. Mr. Speaker, I want to say I will save the best for last and will await the member to speak on another resolution that we have there. I didn't intend to make any contribution, as I said, but Mr. Speaker, like I said, when the door is opened, you enter, and I cannot sit idly by and hear the member for Miku South spewing so many untruths, which if left unchallenged would have gone down the annals of belief. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Castries Central. Member for Castries Central, you would be aware that having relied so extensively on that lease, you are obliged to make it a documented house.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I can do so almost later today. we are in possession of the documents, Mr. Speaker. Okay, no problem, Mr. Speaker. The lease of for the 70,000 square feet.
The member for Viewfort North.
Yeah, I want the podium. No, my Jelong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to colleague parliamentarians. I wish, Mr. Speaker, before I continue, to speak on this resolution which seeks to get the authority from Parliament for the Minister of Finance to borrow $5,217,000 from the special funds resources of the bank to finance safety nets for vulnerable persons affected by COVID-19. Before I make my brief contribution, Mr. Speaker, I want to join other colleagues and to express condolences to the family of the young nurse who met her demise in a very tragic way earlier today. I wish to express my profound sadness, not only to the family, but to the other nurses, and especially to the staff of the Millennium Heights Medical Complex and all other health institutions. I'm being told, Mr. Speaker, that she was well loved and her family is in deep grief. I also wish, Mr. Speaker, to take this opportunity to wish all musicians happy Feast of Musicians. In the constituency of Viewfort North, where I come from, we have a rich tradition of musicians and families of musicians. And there are so many of them, Mr. Speaker. I wish all of them well. And I'm hoping that today they will relax and spend some good time with their families and with members of the community. Mr. Speaker, the impacts of COVID-19 on St. Lucia and the Caribbean are
are well known in some quarters, and in other quarters, Mr. Speaker, we are still counting or trying to assess the impacts of COVID-19. I want to spend just a few minutes to speak to this resolution, Mr. Speaker, but I wish to borrow from the work of Lucia, who is the World Bank's country director for Caribbean countries. And she has this discussion which she offered in August of this year on the COVID-19, its impacts, and how, Mr. Speaker, we should be thinking of strengthening social protection systems and rethinking social protection systems, especially in light of the impacts of COVID-19. She offers a few suggestions, and I want to use her arguments, Mr. Speaker, as a basis for my discussion today. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic has undermined food security on a global scale. I think it's important to remind members and the general public that the impacts of COVID-19, the negative impacts of COVID-19, some of them are health-related, unfortunately, death all over the Caribbean and the world, but the impacts have been exacerbated by the war in Ukraine. And just to mention, Mr. Speaker, this year, the World Food Programme estimates that 40% or 2.8 million people in the English-speaking Caribbean will struggle to access adequate food and remain food secure. It's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that in addition to COVID-19, 30% of global wheat imports and almost 20% of corn exports, more than 50% of the sunflower oil supply globally are in problems. Exports have stalled. Food prices are on the rise. I think it's very important for our people to understand, for our constituents to understand that all of these things will cause the impacts of COVID-19 to be even more severe. We are seeing reports of food prices going up, and we have also seen, Mr. Speaker, the highest levels in terms of fuel prices since 2008. Why are all these things important in this discussion? These things are important because people in our communities, in our constituencies are under pressure. They are under pressure because COVID-19 wreaked havoc on our social infrastructure. COVID-19 destroyed many families. Some of the breadwinners of the families are deceased, unfortunately, and some people continue to suffer. So there is an urgent need, according to Lucia, for us to look at social protection systems and to buffer our economies to protect the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, the crisis is compounded by the fiscal strain on the governments. You heard a while ago the leader of the opposition chastising this government and indicating that we promised to give people things that we are not giving to them. I was pleasantly surprised, not surprised, but I was very happy when the member for Castries Central went into the history of the management of this economy by the member for Miku South. And I was happy when he mentioned the record which the member for Miku South got in 2016. The healthy economy and an economy on the rebound. The reduction of the fiscal deficit to 3.1%, I believe, moving from almost 9% when the member for Beaufort South came into government. And how he squandered, that is the member for Miku South, how he squandered this wonderful opportunity by going on a frolic of his own, a frolic in his own mind, Mr. Speaker, to enter into all kinds of deals. And his answer to economic growth is revenues. Revenues. That as long as you have revenues, you'll have economic growth. Today is not the day for a discussion on economics, Mr. Speaker. But clearly his strategy did not work, and we are in a lot of problems exacerbated by the COVID-19 crisis. The World Bank suggests a few things, and I listened to my colleague, the member for Castries Southeast this morning, and I was very comforted by the fact that a number of suggestions by the World Bank, Mr. Speaker, I heard him speak about how the professionals in his ministry are working towards these suggestions. The first is for us to update our poverty data and targeting mechanisms. I know, for example, Mr. Speaker, that we are encouraging our professionals to focus on the data, get the data right. I know we are encouraging community groups to get involved. The World Bank also indicates that we should implement economic inclusion programs. And when you look at the work of this government, the Department of Commerce, when you look at what is happening with our programs, and in a while the loan for small businesses is coming, you will understand, Mr. Speaker, that this government is focused on implementing economic inclusion programs. The World Bank suggests also that we modernize the social protection system and increase institutional capacity. I heard the minister speak about PAP, and he's very fond of discussing PAP, the Public Assistance Program. We need to modernize that. We know, Mr. Speaker, that in the last term, the last government, we know the kinds of havoc that was wreaked on the Public Assistance Program. And we are still trying to understand how certain people found themselves there and how we can use a modern tool and a fair tool to get help to those people who really need help. There are a number of people in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, who should be in this program. And as to why they're not in this program, I don't know. So I'm very pleased that the minister and his ministry are trying to rectify this problem, are trying to improve the public assistance program. And the World Bank also suggests that we strengthen social insurance and labor market programs. And work is ongoing with the help of the World Bank in St. Lucia and the OECS to do this. So we need to strengthen the grassroots level involvement in these public assistance strategies and to reimagine social protection. But Mr. Speaker, our government has demonstrated that we are a progressive government, a government which has implemented in its short stint so far a number of policies to assist people in social protection. As we know, social protection policy, progressive social protection policy is really an investment. The people have evidence of our actions, Mr. Speaker. Look at in the post-COVID era, although we still have COVID-19, we can begin to think about a developing post-COVID era. We have serious issues to consider still. Our government is considering those issues, and you, the people, are in the mind of our government. Look, for example, we know, Mr. Speaker, that although COVID-19 infections are going down, we know a number of people who get COVID-19, they are recovering, but now we are discovering that many people who are infected with COVID-19 seem to have complications which may affect their future productive lives. And that's a very serious problem. We in the Department of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs, we are looking at this problem, and we are beginning to speak. We are speaking with CARFA, PAHO and the other agencies to find out how serious this is. While people are recovering from COVID-19, people are reporting all kinds of pains and aches and things that they never had before, and they are now going to certain doctors more regularly. They are seeing specialists for ailments that they had never had before. So this is something we have to consider when we look at social protection. It means, Mr. Speaker, that some people, even though they got COVID and they have recovered, it looks as if we may have another crisis down the road, and it's a looming crisis of long COVID and people who do not understand yet what's happening to them after they have contracted COVID and recovered. So social protection, we need to go down that road too and begin to look at how will that affect the workplace and how will it affect our productive capacity here. It requires for us to be guided by the evidence. The changing nature of work, for example. Since COVID-19, a lot of workplaces have changed the operations. And how does that impact social protection? The labor market programs, Mr. Speaker, look at what this government has done. Access to tourism through community tourism activities, the youth economy and the opportunities that can be found there. Very soon, access to funding by the youth will come through the youth economy. Look at education. Look at what this government has done. And if we are talking about social protection, we're talking about parents who got impacted by COVID-19. And the government came in and said, we know you're impacted by COVID-19. Little by little, let me take off some pressure off you. So we went and we paid the facilities fees. We paid the CXC fees. We negotiated with Flow, and there is the Flow bundle. And a number of individuals are being connected right now as we speak. So when we speak of social protection, when we speak of a government with a conscience, with a focus on protecting individuals in the communities, our government is there for you, the people. Our government is focused on that. Mr. Speaker, access to information technology, where a parent would have to probably get close to $1,000 EC to purchase a laptop. Our government is ensuring that the parents, you the parents, get some protection and to ease off the burden from you a bit. And when we speak of micro businesses, in a while we will hear the debate on the loans for micro businesses. More opportunities for social protection, because the World Bank and all of the experts are saying, yes, we have to give transfers and we have to help people out, but the best form of social protection in the long run is to ensure that you graduate these people and you give them skills so that at the end of the day they can survive on their own and they can create even better opportunities for other people through employment. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this loan. Moi, Mr. Speaker, qui nous venons ici pour prêter l'argent, mais nous pas ni mardi prêter, Mr. Speaker. Là nous venons et nous avons parlé, c'est l'argent nous avons prêté, c'est pour aider mon pays. Quand nous te dit en élection, c'est eux qui plus important. Avec mon parlement Castries South-East, il dit que l'année en hurricane, quand il a sa croisée chimère, même si nous servons plus gros contracteurs, gros satier chimère, mais moun depuis au pas blessé, moun qui était là avec ces moun nous ni pour concerner les plis. Avec l'argent ça qui ça qu'il fait? L'argent ça a aidé moun qui jeune difficulté par Covid-19. Avec les affaires Covid-19 là, il est difficile. Mais aussi, là, il y a l'autre bagaille, M. Speaker, qui a fait les affaires Covid-19 là, plus trois cassements. Prix gaz à toute la terre depuis 2008, prix gaz qui est plus haut à présent, sorti depuis 2008. Aussi, M. Speaker, Russia avec Ukraine, yo qui a produit et exporté plus mi, en chaque monde peut-être pas ça, en chaque manger nous ka manger, nous ka servi mi pour faire se manger à l'autre pays. Avec là, c'est mon pas ni c'est mi qui sort soya bin bagay comme ça. Là yo pas ni prix a monter. So là dans le supermarché là ko ouais prix ces bagay, prix manger ka monter. En chaque ces bagay là manger a ka sorti Russia. C'est bagay ça qui a sorti Ukraine qui a produit chaque mi et mi qui a allé l'autre pays là mais oui quelques différentes places comme ça et qui a fait crème qui a fait timi qui a fait toute qualité bagay c'est gwen ça là avec l'année là jet et bâtiment pas ça aller pour ces bagay là qui a monté haut en pays Saint-Lucie. C'est pour ça premier ministre là dit nous manger plus figue, manger plus mango, manger plus bagay, ministre agricole qui a dit nous manger bagay Saint-Lucie avec yo ka oui yo. Mais ça qu'a fait les affaires Covid-19 là plus difficile parce que les gens qui ont Covid, a des gens qui perdent le travail, a des gens qui pas même qualité de travail là encore, avec a des gens malades toujours. Comme ministre santé me dit qui en chaque monde joue Covid et qui vient primaire. Ça bon monsieur Speaker. Mais ça nous ka à présent ministre santé, c'est docteur qui a dit moi là il y a chaque monde qui ont Covid, yo vient primaire, mais à présent che yo ka vin faire mal fouissi mol yo ni baye fouissi mol yo à présent yo ni blood clot qui yo pas tenu avant en chay moun ne différents bagay ka fait yo mal qui yo pas jamais ni avant. Bon ça c'est un gros problème nous kay ni. En anglais c'est docteur qui a coué long covid. Ça veut dire oui ou te dit covid ou vinn primaire mais à présent ou kani bagay qui drôle. Moun ka en chay moun ka oublier. Nani bagay yo ka oublier plus passé avant. Comme ça c'est docteur qui a parler avec l'autre professionnel l'autre pays pour garder qui ça mine et n'a dit tout ça qui a affecté nos affaires social protection nous qu'a dit nous ni pour commencer à garder ces bagages là est-ce là ni monde qui ni pour sortir au travail plus vite parce que yo tenu covid même si on vient primaire mais à présent pied yo ka fait yo mal hanche yo ka fait yo mal tout bail comme ça quand le gouvernement nous ka garder ça pour qui manière nous ka garder ces bagages ça là en tant qu'il ka venir comme ça monsieur speaker nous vinn prêter l'argent nous leader opposition il a dit en chay l'eau différents bagages qui pas vrai comme la coutume mais nous pas qu'à mettre tête molle ça nous a bail Jean cette ici évidence là qui nous concerne about moun regardez ça nous a fait les bagages nous venir la tenir covid nous payer CXI by ces moun là ça c'est un petit l'argent c'est moun ça qui tient en poche toujours à part de ça nous payer facility fees ça c'est l'autre l'argent moun ça tient en poche et nous ni flow band là présent moun qui pas tenir internet et yo veut servir ti computer yo ka joindre connecté par flow et là ni tellement autre bagages moi ça dit nous a fait pour aider moun car ça Mikai nous a mangé un chay kai avec moi-même really wish nous tenir plus d'argent pour faire ça et là ni un chay bagay nous a fait avec nous ni moun c'est moun nous ni à l'idée nous comme ça monsieur speaker moi ka supporter ça et gouvernement ça là on ka garder un gouvernement qui social moi quand même pas about santé et ça nous ka fait pour ni moun faire moun ni plus opportunité à ces health center pour être plus spécialiste nous a commencé à nous créer center of excellence avec toutes ces go health center à cette ici qui vini center of excellence qu'on vient fort nous a commencé avec Mikou qu'on vient fort qu'on à Slawé c'est go health center ça là nous ka mettre plus facilité à dire comme ça plus monde qui joindre plus service avec c'est ça gouvernement ça a fait pour aider des affaires sociales là comme ça moi ka supporter prêter l'argent ça là et c'est pas un mardi prêter c'est un mardi c'est un jour nous ka prêter pour bonne raison et pour aider moun pas pour aider chouval pas pour aider chouval qui vient avant l'hôpital pas pour aider DSH pour faire gros chimé 13 millions de dollars et l'hôpital n'a pas fait pièce pas pour faire pièce ces bagages ça là c'est pour aider moun et c'est ça gouvernement ça a bon merci à Chahi c'est ça
The member for Viewfort South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought we would have been going to lunch actually, given the late hour, but never mind. What did you say? What's that, Mr. Speaker? Oh, of course, Mr. Speaker. But I wouldn't want to be so disruptive, would I? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker, no, not at all. Mr. Speaker, let me start off by saying that I believe that this initiative is a commendable initiative, and the government deserves being commended for this initiative, for introducing this initiative. And I accept that the initiative has been very carefully thought out. I am aware in these matters as well, Mr. Speaker, that there are limitations. And there are so many limitations, some of which have been addressed by members. I think I just heard a member for Viewfort North, for example, pointing out the debilitating consequences and effects of COVID, and others the limitations of finance, resources, and so on. But perhaps one of the greatest limitations has to do with the thinking of the agencies that we have to deal with. As in this case, for example, the Caribbean Development Bank, or for that matter, the World Bank, because they have very strange notions of social assistance, social support, social rehabilitation, and it's never ever easy to have to cope with these agencies and their very bureaucratic approaches to dealing with real problems or the problems of ordinary people. They are in fact exceedingly jaundiced in their views, and the burden that we have to carry is the burden of technocrats, the way they think, the way they reason, the way they deal with issues. And sometimes a very difficult responsibility is cast on governments to maneuver themselves through that maze to get the support that countries need, governments need, and persons need. So it's a limitation that I don't think we should be shy to talk about from time to time. It's a limitation that we, should address, because it applies to all governments, whichever the government that is in office or in power. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Equity helpfully clarified the heads under which assistance will go to the people of the country, and I think we have been told that some 8,000 persons overall will benefit. He carefully explained cash transfers and what they would mean. I think he indicated, for example, some $766,000 will go to public assistance. I was particularly pleased that the member indicated that persons with disabilities would be targeted. That again is commendable, and I believe he pointed out that grants are currently $200 per month, and that will increase to a payment of $400 for 6 months. Now, again, I spoke of the limitations that governments have to work with, and all throughout his presentation, the honourable member made the point that this is assistance for a specific period of time, 6 months being touted constantly. So 6 months really is not much time to play with, but then we have to be reminded of the sheer cost, because this is going to cost overall nearly $14 million in 6 months. So again, sometimes we can't have our cake and eat it. But I was pleased by the increase in disability grants for different reasons. The first, of course, is that this was a grant that the former government introduced when I had the honor to serve the country as Prime Minister. And I recall that at the last budget sitting of that government, before general elections, we had increased the allocation, the monthly allocation, from $200 a month, I believe, either to $275 or $250, because we are always acutely aware that $200 for the parents of challenged children, disabled children, really, in this day and age, is no money at all, with inflation at the current rate. So, Mr. Speaker, this is really a drop in a bucket. But again, we have to give thanks to small mercies. But I say this, Mr. Speaker, to make the point, to really deal with the thinking of the former UWP administration. And we heard so much from the leader of the opposition, because, when you're reaching out to touch individuals like that, people with disability, people who are challenged, you give them a grant for tokenism to recognize that there's a problem, there's an issue. But what did they do? One of the first things they did was to actually remove the increase that had been introduced by the former government and brought it back down to $200. And you sit there and you listen, and I'm not going to repeat what the member of Castries Central has said, because I think his response was admirable in all the circumstances, and I think he's quite right. There's so much that he did not touch dealing with the management of the economy in that between that period, 2016 and 2021. The fundamental reality is that if you had an economy who suffered a debt to GDP reduction of some 24, 26%, and we need to confirm what the exact figure is because we keep on hearing it's 24, 26%. The fact of the matter is that no government should be taking credit when there is a rebound, because any economy that has suffered such a severe loss of GDP because of a particular situation, once that situation is remedied, that economy is bound to recover. I mean, that's an iron law. I mean, you look at Grenada, for example, when Grenada was damaged by that hurricane. The fact of an incumbent government's responsibility is to nurse that recovery, well aware it will come. And this is what this current government has been doing, to nurse this recovery, to continue to nudge discovery, albeit that it is on a natural path of recovery, but to do nothing that will cause any danger or any harm to allow that recovery to continue to take place and to grow and develop. And this is what's happening. So when the members from Micoud South attempt to claim credit for this rebounding economy, I mean, he's really clutching straws, because that's absolutely nothing to do with the former government at all. If anything, that rut we are in has been due to the recklessness of that government, and as I said, a member for Castries Central spoke about it earlier on. Mr. Speaker, I saw a recent statement in one of our regional newspapers regarding the deliberations of the executive board of the IMF on the St. Lucian economy, following the Article 4 consultation of our economy. And the executive board commented on the fact that St. Lucia has been severely affected by COVID. In fact, it led off that discussion on that basis, and after speaking of the severe impact on COVID, then proceeded to address other issues like the impact of the war in Ukraine. And it is interesting, the choice of language, severely impacted, and I want to spend a few minutes to dwell on that. I guess, Mr. Speaker, my point of departure, and I want now to link up to the comments I made about the Caribbean Development Bank, is this: that when banks and institutions are seeking to develop programs to assist countries to recover from debilitating economic events, there is a responsibility to really look at real problems. What are the real problems of people that needs to be addressed? And that's my issue. That there is a reluctance to really look at these very real problems and see whether programs could be devised to deal with those problems. Our bureaucrats are all guilty. Because a lot of them, basically, they believe in the theology of the World Bank and the IMF, so they're just as guilty, because they have not really adjusted their economic thinking in that regard, because they see things in very narrow prisms of dollars and cents. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping that I might have heard from the Minister how we can reach out to some of our people who, for example, cannot pay their utility bills. I don't know what is the experience of honorable members, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I have a monumental problem in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. I am bombarded with requests to pay for water bills and to pay for electricity bills. Why? Because Lucia has come back with a vengeance. You don't pay, they disconnect you. Wasco has followed suit with a vengeance. You don't pay, they disconnect you. The reality of this situation, Mr. Speaker, is that during COVID, quite rightly, these agencies decided not to disconnect persons to allow them to continue to use water. And it was responsible of these agencies to do those things. I mean, we all knew that we were in this together. All of us had to suffer collectively. And of course, I haven't even spoken about the banks because, you know, I have in the past spoken repeatedly about issues of banking and how they affect people's lives. In other words, Mr. Speaker, laudable as this program is, as the Minister explained, and as the Minister of Finance has explained, but I still sense that the program is really not touching some of the fundamental issues that ordinary St. Lucians have to face on a daily basis, particularly with respect to those two entities, Lucia and of course Wasco. My question is this. We are talking of very poor people, and I have seen some extraordinary bills. $4,000 for water, $3,000, $4,000 or $5,000 for electricity, etc. And I accept, Mr. Speaker, that no government can ever take responsibility for going to pay people's water bills for them or pay electricity bills for them. I would not support that. I would not support that. And as much as I happen to have had the honor of leading a government that had a responsibility to the poor and leading a government that sought to change the lives of persons and leading a government that reached to touch the lives of poor people by the institutions that it created, whether it's for the Poverty Reduction Fund that became the SSDF, and, you know, or whether it is the electrification program of the country, whatever it is, whether it was the elderly home care program that we are repeating today, whether it's all those things. That was the nerves of that government. So there's no question about that, but at the same time, we do have to be very careful of embedding this dependency syndrome into society where people feel that it is the government's responsibility to pay for everything, every living thing. I mean, I'm still astonished when I hear people seem to want to argue that the government has not moved to touch their lives, and the member for Beaufort North gave eloquent examples, whether it is the laptop program or whether it is the program to pay CXC fees, although I might have had a different approach in respect of CXC fees, but that's besides the point, or for that matter, facilities fees. These are real programs that touch people in need. So there can be no question about the legacy, the thinking, and the approach of the government. All that I'm saying is that there are some areas where I think that our people have very real problems that needs to be considered. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have made the point that I don't think you can go and pay out people's electricity bills for them, or for that matter, go and pay their water bills. The government just doesn't have the ability or the capacity to do it. And whether a member for Miku South accepts it or not, the greatest disaster that occurred in this country is not just COVID, you know, but it is his management of the economy between 2016 and 2021. It is not an accident. No, it's not an accident that St. Lucia has suffered a GDP reduction of 24% or 26%. That's not an accident. It happened, it was exacerbated because of those policies. Antigua has a tourism-dependent economy, didn't suffer to the same degree that St. Lucia did. I mean, those policies helped to create the situation that we are in, and we have found themselves in. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to be clear what we are dealing with and what has to be done for the future. But to return to this issue, Mr. Speaker, as I have said before, I do not believe that any government should dole out money or just ask Wasco what is the bill that people owe that's unpaid, or select what is the bill that's unpaid and just dole out money. The government doesn't have the capacity, can't do it. But on the other hand, I believe that the responsible ministers need to sit with these agencies and say, listen, we have to structure an approach to enable those people to meet their commitments to you. We have to find an approach. And it's unfair that person have to be routinely disconnected on all fronts, whether it's electricity and water, and they don't have the capacity, because the reality is that the vast majority of these persons continue to be unemployed for reasons that we know. In other words, what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that we require interventions, discussions with these agencies to say, listen, this is not the way. We're not going to wipe away those debts. We can't pay for those debts, but we need a more sustainable approach. Do you know what parliamentarians are left with, Mr. Speaker? I either have to take the money I get as a backbencher sometimes and help out, or I have to end up calling Lucia and plead with the person at the end of the line who is responsible for unpaid accounts and seek to negotiate. And invariably, negotiation requires you to pay down a certain sum of money before the person can be reconnected. And in my experience, in the vast majority of cases, those persons are fall again, and lo and behold, they can't pay, and they're disconnected one more time. This time in perpetuity, and they're back on your doorstep. So some moral suasion has to be applied, and I really want to urge that the responsible ministers engage those agencies in discussions to see what adjustments can be made. For example, if you owe $3,000 in unpaid electricity bill, why would you tell a person you have to pay down $600 or $800 and then you have to pay $300 a month when you know the person can't do it? What are we dealing with? So, Mr. Speaker, I call for these kinds of interventions, as I have called for such interventions, for example, with government agencies that are owed money, for example, by tenants, and they refuse to understand that they have to make adjustments to allow those persons to recover. The recovery from COVID is not going to occur overnight. It will take time, just as the government's economy, just as the management of the economy will require a lot of dexterity, a lot of skill, a lot of patience. But Mr. Speaker, I have stood in this House and also said that I will not be a hypocrite to what I have preached and what I have said before. I've said so. I believe I will hold on to my faith unless there are overwhelming reasons why I have to change my mind. And if I have to change my mind, I will say so why I'm changing my mind. That has been my position. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I was very pleased by the comments made by the member for Beaufort North regarding COVID. But you know, Mr. Speaker, in opposition, I have said and I will say again, we need an independent assessment of how we handled COVID. The question is whether, as a country, we took the right decisions, whether we handled COVID beyond criticism, whether we gave the best medical care that was available, whether the medical care we provided failed us and failed our people. To date, Mr. Speaker, over 400 persons have died in St. Lucia. And when we look at those statistics and we reduce them to a per capita basis, it is a significant number of deaths. All of us have been touched by COVID. I lost relatives, Mr. Speaker. So like a lot of other people, I understood what the pain was. And it's still for me an issue that we are allowing those deaths to recede into memory, into history. Human beings have a strange way of dealing with issues of death. So it really fascinates me how we handle and deal with issues of death.
I mean, it's unbelievable sometimes that those persons who have lost their lives, the families who have suffered, we have just pretended they don't exist or they don't have any real pain of one kind or another. You know, this country has never really said to those families, we feel for you, we know what you went through. As a country, we have never done it. And I remember pleading and saying, listen, we need to come together as a country, and just in memory of those that was too much for us to do. We never did it. But I maintain my position, Mr. Speaker, that our handling of COVID, we need an assessment. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because we must develop the will, we must develop the courage to change those things which we did wrong for the future, to build a more resilient healthcare system. And people are searching for all kinds of praises about how they handle COVID, etc. But while they're searching for praises, they're also not saying what it is that they did wrong to unleash such pain and suffering on this country and the people of this country. I have great admiration for the doctors. I have great admiration for the nurses. But I know we also did a lot of things wrong. I know there were those who didn't have the courage to treat COVID patients. I know all of that. We can't pretend that those things did not exist. And so, Mr. Speaker, my view has always been that as we address those issues of COVID, and consistently with the view that we are severely impacted, that at some point, Mr. Speaker, that we do this review so that we can strengthen our health systems and to ensure that those issues are not repeated. I believe that the member for Beaufort North also is absolutely correct to draw attention to the future of COVID and those who suffered with COVID and the complications that could arise. It is a huge issue, a monumental issue, and it's really the tip of the iceberg when you read all the reports, both from in the region and elsewhere. And it means that sooner or later that we have to come to terms with the issue of resources in the healthcare sector and how we resolve it. And I'm really very glad that the member is alive to those issues and that some discernible progress is being made on that universal healthcare UHC front. I think this is going to be vital, but at the same time, we've got to prepare for that wave and also to prepare for the future. So, Mr. Speaker, in summary then, this is a welcome initiative. The government is to be, in my view, commended. I accept the imperfections in the instrument. I accept that the government finds itself in a difficult position because it's dealing with unimaginative bureaucrats and decision makers in the region and elsewhere. I really have, at this stage of my life, no need to make any apologies for anything that I say. I think about it very carefully, and when I speak of those bureaucrats, they know exactly who I mean and what I mean. So, I mean, let's pretend that they don't know what I mean. They're doing a disservice, and they're unrealistic in their expectations of people, unrealistic in respect of what the governments require, unrealistic of what the future holds, and insensitive to the real needs of individuals. I mean, when you really look at this program, and the minister did a great job, you could see how carefully the program is hedged with all kinds of petty little requirements all over the place, and it's going to be interesting to see how it's going to be administered. I can't understand how a program like that, 14 million, you're spending 1.5 million and administering a program like that. Why you should be spending 1.5 million and administering a program like that? What is it with a program like that that the Caribbean Development Bank is imposing on the government? 1.5 million? You don't know what 1.5 million can do for me in Beaufort. It can give me the money to pay those electricity bills I'm talking about. What are you talking about? What are you spending 1.5 million? But that's how they think. And they're the greatest enemies of progress because, you see, Mr. Speaker, What has happened is that they have become ossified in their thinking as technocrats. You know, these regional technocrats don't understand the world has changed, you know. They don't know, you know. They don't know what is facing these islands. They don't know what is facing the world. They don't even understand the political imperatives that apply. That's a tragedy, Mr. Speaker, and these are the issues that we have. But then, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't absolve us from looking at our own problems, and that's been the burden of my contribution to say, look, even if we will be constrained by these people in terms of what we can do and how we can help them and how we can touch lives, we need to also be imaginative of how we deal with their own problems. And I end with the plea that I made. Both Lucia and Wasco needs to be engaged to see how we can help out the poor in this country rather than putting them in despair because simply they can't enjoy the basic utilities and facilities which they ought to have. That is what I mean when we sometimes have to look at very real problems. These agencies cannot be allowed to do what they want with people's lives, and politicians are not supposed to speak to these issues. We are elected by people to speak about all of these issues. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that we can do this quickly and that somehow some respite would be provided to those who have been denied those services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to start where the member for Beaufort South ended, Mr. Speaker, on the attitude to politicians that some technocrats have, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, sometimes you really can't blame them, you know. Because when you listen to a former Prime Minister speak in public and tell you he's the one who initiated the moratorium and the ECCB for households. He comes and he says to the public, everybody can hear him, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you know, so you really have to understand why some of these technocrats do not listen to us, you know. Because when you have a leader of the opposition come and put on his Facebook page that we've borrowed $505 million for this year, when he can, a former Minister of Finance, can print that in the public for the whole world to see. Facebook has billions of viewers, Mr. Speaker, and you have technocrats and saying, if this guy can print that, you think we can give him our money to control? So, Mr. Speaker, sometimes I also get very nervy with technocrats. I tell them that. I've said this all the time. We've had some rough discussions on giving me $30 million. I want me to change the whole world for that. I've had these discussions on that. But it is because of the behavior of people like the leader of the opposition why technocrats behave that way, Mr. Speaker. But we have to change that. Mr. Speaker, this is the worst global crisis that the world has suffered since the Great Depression. But the leader of the opposition comes and stands up and gives the impression that St. Lucia is in a little hole. And what you're doing, you're not doing nothing, Mr. Speaker. What you're doing, Mr. Speaker, all countries, Mr. Speaker, all countries are suffering from inflation. During COVID, Mr. Speaker, there was zero inflation or deflation. That's the economy he managed. Zero inflation or deflation, Mr. Speaker. Right now, the entire world is screaming because of inflation. The UK changed 2 prime ministers in 6 weeks, Mr. Speaker, because of management of the economy. And you come and you sit down and you speak about the UK changed 2 prime ministers because of economic management. The UK changed 2 prime ministers because of economic management. 2 prime ministers because of the management of the economy. One of them was supply side, and the other ones, and the people said that is not good, and the markets crashed because of the reduction in taxation for the rich and famous. The market crashed. Part of the reason why. And the UK government changed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the entire world, the great United States, and Congress, the Republicans are controlling Congress because the people perceive the management of the economy, because the inflation is at its highest it has been for decades. The leader of the opposition comes here and he plays and he pretends, Mr. Speaker, that he must live on perception, Mr. Speaker. Glib talk. Absolutely no facts. Glib talk, Mr. Speaker. Flashing mirrors versus the truth, Mr. Speaker. We are in a global crisis, Mr. Speaker. A crisis. And the leader of the opposition wants to make people believe that the government could do more. He told us how to change the supply side issues. You think a man can stand up in the parliament and tell the world that he taught us, he tried to help us to improve on the supply side issues? So we're making containers in St. Lucia. We own ships in St. Lucia. He tried to help us on the supply side issue. He tried to tell us what to do to improve the supply side problems in the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what the leader of the opposition does is, whilst he was trying to grow the economy, the people were suffering. And that's the difference between him and us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, look at the first 2 years of any Labour Party government. And look at the first 2 years before COVID of the government that the leader of the opposition was Prime Minister on, and tell me the difference. I want him to tell me one achievement of his government before COVID. One. One achievement. One. Just one hotel that was built. One hotel. One hotel that was built, Mr. Speaker. One hotel that was built. One hotel that was built. I want him to tell me one, and let's talk about reduced unemployment. Mr. Speaker, the Range Hotel was started. You see, Mr. Speaker, you see now, Mr. Speaker, you understand? I promised myself never to respond to him. But you see, I want to apologize to my colleagues and the public for getting up to remind him that I beat him. But I promise not, and I won't do it again. I'll never do it again. Because, you know, that kind of, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the sense, we stopped Sanders Hotel. Last week in the courts, Sanders versus Landings, the court ruled on that situation. I did that. I run the court now. Who was? Which hotel I stop? Which hotel I stop? And Sanders building now. And the building now. And the building now. How many they build under you? How many rooms you build? How many rooms you build? Where? You build them. Mr. Speaker, you know, that kind of delusion that caused him to lose the election, you know. And that's why in the night election he fell down. Because that kind of delusion, because he was saying to people that he'd won 17 seats. He went to a CARICOM meeting, and as usual, he denigrated me. As usual, same thing he's trying to do here. And he told his colleagues, so somebody told him, you have a little issue to deal with, an election. He said, that's what he does. And he continues to do it, deluding himself with a few of his surrogates that he is not what he is. And Mr. Speaker, all the information, he speaks about population, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the labor force was 100,976 people. In 2020, the labor force was 95,790 people. So there were less people, so unemployment must go down. Because less people working. Mr. Speaker, you know, this use and abuse of statistics, playing that you smart. Next thing, next post, we have not given people the $1.50 we promise on petrol tax, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how could we reduce petrol tax when we were making no money on petrol? How reduce what? It was being subsidized already. So reduce what? How could we reduce the petrol tax when the people were collecting no petrol tax? How can we reduce it? But I'm going to tell you that if the trajectory of petrol prices remain the same, and we are reasonably sure that in the future it will not increase, we will keep our promise to the farmers. That is the government we operate. Mr. Speaker, let me remind the leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, because you know he comes there with his accent and talks these kind of things. He talks about tourism arrivals. We had an arrangement for a PPP agreement where the government would have absolutely no liability, or we do not have to come to Parliament for any guarantee. He crashed the agreement because he said he was collecting money on tourism arrivals, and he comes here and boasts and then laments tourism arrivals when you put the country in debt because you said that tourism arrivals would help back pay the debt. You put the country in debt because you said that tourism, you didn't have the foresight to know that if there was an unforeseen situation, that as there was with COVID, nobody knew COVID would come, but there could have been a hurricane. You put the country in debt. You put the country in debt. Right now, we may have a debt of at least $250 million US. At least. And I'm going to make a statement again on the airport, because you see, I've kept very quiet. I've allowed them to insult me, to come in this Mr. Speaker, but the time will come when I'm going to make two statements, two disclosures: St. Jude and Iwanora. Take your time, thank you, Minister. St. Jude and Iwanora, because this bluff about 70% complete, about 70% complete about St. Jude Hospital, state of the art, 70% complete. The truth of St. Jude will come, but the same way, Mr. Speaker, I waited, I have patience. I was elected in the parliament in 1997. I waited until 2021 to become Prime Minister. No. I went once, I lost, and I won again. And I understood, to lead you must follow. So this is why when I was in the government, I worked hand in hand with Kenny Anthony, who was Prime Minister. That is the difference. That's the difference, Mr. Speaker. And that's the difference, Mr. Speaker. So let's get back to Hiwanora and tourism arrivals, Mr. Speaker. Let's go there a little bit. Let's go a little bit there. This leader of the opposition authorized a contract with a contractor to build a building, and he had absolutely no end figure. Absolutely no end figure. No idea how much it will cost. Go ahead and build the election coming. Let me fool them. That's what you know. That is economic management. This is the economic guru. Started an airport. Changed the plans. 3,000 piles when the plan said 716 piles. Speaking about a thing about home porting, that was at its best, a hope, much as a right, at its best, Mr. Speaker. Then 4 further compound it and say that you had a plan to build a cruise terminal in Vieux-Fort, hoping that you can destabilize Vieux-Fort South and Vieux-Fort North, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you the difference between GPH and Carnival. The leader of the opposition went to Miami in a big story and had a big scene, all kind of things on the LED lights, LED thing. He liked LED. All kind of things. He went and doing that, Mr. Speaker. There, he said at that signing, oh, we're very happy to have Carnival built in St. Lucia. Absolutely nothing after that. Nothing. Nothing after that. GPH. The people came here, went to the official residence of the Prime Minister, signed the MOU, and immediately after that, there's a concessionary agreement which we are going to discuss. Before, when we signed the MOU, SLASPA was involved, the Ministry of Finance was involved, all the relevant people in the tourism industry were involved before we signed the MOU. And now the concessionary agreement is in the public. The Ministry of Finance technocrats have it. SLASPA has it. Everybody has it. We're going to discuss it. And when we discuss it, we're going to bring it to the public. But what does the leader put on his Facebook page? We sell the pot. Mr. Speaker, you know, I sit here, and I said to myself, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the business says that we do nothing, we have done nothing for people. Yes. Page 64 of the budget address that I read. And the next budget address, we are going to be comparing achievements and reality. Subsidizing cooking gas. Our subsidy for cooking gas is the highest ever in his time. The subsidy for cooking gas used to be at its highest $10. Now the subsidy for cooking gas is between $18 and $20. By the time it reached 25 million people. What have we done to relieve people? Increase annual personal tax allowance for some water, please. Increase annual personal tax allowance from $18,000 to $25,000, $10,000, Mr. Speaker. You know what that means? That means that from January, more than 10,000 people in the country will pay less tax. Cushioning consumers from the full impact of rising food prices. You know what I did? What you did, Mr. Speaker? We removed the 6.5% service charge on commodities that must be bought, and up to this day we subsidize flour and sugar. You never had to subsidize flour and sugar. Never. We subsidize up to date. A bag of flour should cost $100 and something. We subsidize it by between $50 and $60 every bag of flour for the solution. That's what we do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what have we done to cushion the impact? We've waived interest and penalty charges on personal and company tax for everybody, and we've written off all company tax due before the year 2000. That's what we've done. That's what we've done to grow the economy. What have we done to grow the economy, Mr. Speaker? In a little while, we're going to borrow directly $10 million to grant and soft loans for micro and small business, Mr. Speaker. What have we done to grow the economy? We've created the community tourism project, where very soon next month we are going to be giving grants and loans for people to get involved in indigenous tourism ventures, continuing the Nature Heritage Tourism Project that I started when I was Minister of Tourism. What have we done for people? What have we done? We've funded created the creative industries to give people a sense of pride in the country, a sense of being St. Lucian, Mr. Speaker. How have we funded it? We've done Emancipation Day activities. The first time a government has got involved in Emancipation, because we're not afraid of our history. Yes. Our patrimony is not our credit card. Our patrimony is our history, and colonialism has no conscience. That's what we do. There's a difference. That's a difference, Mr. Speaker. There's a difference. That's a difference, Mr. Speaker. That's what we've done. What have we done, Mr. Speaker? We've waived import duty of $10,000 for public servants to give them a little ease, Mr. Speaker. What have we done, Mr. Speaker? We have provided a $500 one-off payment to pensioners, and in conjunction with the NIC, we've raised all its pensions by about 4% in the first instance. That's what we've done to ease the state. What have we done, Mr. Speaker? What have we done? We've paid the civil servants their increase, and we're going to pay them their back pay in December. That's what we've done. What have we done, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, during this period, the price of rice and flour has increased by over 30%, white sugar by over 75%, rice over 15%. But because we've subsidized it, we've kept the prices for the rich and the populous in Lucia. So, about what have we done, Mr. Speaker? What have we done? Mr. Speaker, I want the public to compare my first 18 months as Prime Minister with his first 18 months. I never want to go into a business of comparison, but if you open the door, I'll go in. Compare my 18 months. Compare the promises of my first budget with your first budget and what you did in your 18 months. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about growing the economy. Growing the economy, Mr. Speaker, you came into government and you found the Grosile Highway, and every day I feel sorry for my colleague from Grosile, because people complain to get from Castries to Grosile. It's about 40 minutes, 50 minutes, Mr. Speaker, because you and your friend refused to go ahead with a loan that was negotiated for the Castries Grosile Highway because you could not have your way with the contractors. And you know what you did? You spent $21 million on less than half a mile of road instead of spending the money to continue the highway. That's what you did. But the story of that has not been said. Mr. Speaker, you speak about progress and being an economic manager and doing this and doing that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this leader of the opposition, in the government that he said that he'll run so well, did not attract one investment before COVID. In fact, he found the Range Hotel. We came here and we warned him, do not interfere with the Range Hotel arrangement. He interfered because he's smart and bright. He interfered, Mr. Speaker, and we lost the Range Hotel and we had to pay back Range for the hotel. And the Range Hotel went to Dominica, they built a hotel there, and they built another one soon, and one in Antigua. Where's the one in St. Lucia? Mr. Speaker, you see, if the leader of the opposition had come in this honorable house and speak about the loan and make some sort of suggestions how it can be improved, then he can't help himself. Feeling under pressure in his party, so he can't help himself. So when he comes and he tries to ridicule me. We had our convention peaceful and well, and I want to thank the delegates 250 to 0. Mr. Speaker, let us go further in the leader of the opposition talking about managing the economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition speaks about flooding in Corinth and flooding in Bexon. Mr. Speaker, do you know, Mr. Speaker, that when he came into government, he found a study financed by the CDB where some Canadian engineers had a complete plan for the Bexon mitigation and for the Bexon adaptation to flooding. A complete plan. We invited the parliamentary rep at the time to come we invited the parliamentary rep at the time to come to a meeting to discuss with the consultants the plan to avoid I didn't say stop, don't get me wrong, I never said that we'll stop it. I said to try to avoid it, to avoid the flooding in Bexon. There was an entire plan. The parliamentary rep came to the meeting. He asked all the questions that he wanted to ask. We lost the election. And we never blamed St. Lucians for voting us out. We never blamed St. Lucians. We accepted the will of the people. They voted us out. We accepted the will. You know, when they came into government, they scrapped that entire plan. And they said the solution to the problem is desilting. They scrapped the entire plan. They didn't even look at it. And they said, and talk about managing a government, managing an economy. The answer to desilting, they spend millions of dollars in desilting Bexon. Where I go say, who owned the tractors?
I don't know when you travel, you're
Mr. Speaker, that is the desilting history of the leader of the opposition in the government. That's his history. That's his history in desilting. I want him to tell the public whether he didn't find a complete plan to help the flooding in Bexon, hoping to alleviate it. And you know what they did? They went and they put, to fool people, they tried to put a health center in a floodplain. Mr. Speaker, that is the reality. And you know, Mr. Speaker, he hasn't learned. You know, he still threatens journalists. He still threatens journalists. He still calls journalists on the phone and threatens them. He still does that. He still calls journalists on the telephone and threatens them. Tell them the gloves are off and now it's time. He still does it. And you want to tell me the people of St. Lucia haven't understood that? After you threatened so many journalists, you tell them you're ashamed of them, you tell them they are all kinds of things, you lost election, you still threaten them? And say that's not true. It's true you threaten them. Of course he threatened the journalists. And if you see, and when you see the time to come, I'll play the tape. Of course he threatened the journalists. He threatened them because he said, let me tell you something. This leader job is something else. He wrote the police, saying to the police that he's having 1,000 people in a match. He wrote the letter. If I don't have it here, I'll come up and get the Mr. Speaker. I'll make it up. He wrote the police, telling them to give him permission for 1,000 people in a match. That's what he did. When he did not get 1,000 people, Homilgil Francis' father was a police like me. I'll get a letter, I'm right here. Homilgil said to the press that he was not happy with the crowd. He got so annoyed. You don't know what he called Herman? What's his name? What's his name? What's his name? Herman Francis. He got so annoyed he did that. And he threatened the journalists. Saying to the journalists, oh, you're not printing what I say. But you're talking about a match. So many things. You never talk about my press release. We're talking about this and that. And the girls are off. And he went further. And he tried to get journalists fired by calling the journalist boss. Wow. That's what you do. No journalist, there's not one journalist in this country can say Philip J.P. ever threatened them. They write whatever they want about me. Talk show hosts say whatever they want about me. I respect their right to disagree, and I respect the freedom of expression. Mr. Speaker, this leader of the opposition who comes and talks about borrowing. Mr. Speaker, in 2016 when we lost the election, the Minister of Finance, the former Minister of Finance sat here and he said that we are going to support borrowing on the free conditions. One, if the debt was incurred before, like if we'd spoken about a project and now you had to borrow for it. Two, if it was to help people. And three, if it was a necessary capital expenditure. That's what we said. When we came into opposition, we never questioned the government's right to borrow. What we questioned is what they were borrowing for. That's what we question. You cannot tell me you'll borrow $32 million to pay Lockerbie. $32 million. And what is the result of that? You improve, you put turf. And I've never gone into that argument because I like my arguments to be solid, based in the science. What you did is you put turf on 3 grounds: Soufre, Miku, and Dennery. And you spend $32 million to improve playing fields. $32 million. What did you do? You borrowed for payment due. You paid them $13 million to tell you what these technocrats can tell you all the time. But because you don't have the confidence in our local technocrats, because you don't have the confidence in our local expertise, you need somebody to come from abroad to tell you $13 million to tell you what our technocrats say all the time. $13 million US. That's what you borrowed for. You know what you borrowed for, Mr. Speaker? And you're speaking about borrowing. And you know, today, the Minister of Housing is correct. And we're not going to go into what they call the anatomy of borrowing now. But we're going to go into it. Because, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the member for Choiseul listens to what I say, that I don't want to go down that track. Because up to now, he still has a level of believability. He still has a level of believability, Mr. Speaker. So if he goes on that track, he will lose all that believability. Because I'll tell you something. You know, anything that the leader of the opposition says, in there is something that's not true. He just cannot help himself. Why in the good name you could put on a Facebook page that the government borrowed $109 million in October? October was last month. Anybody can tell you that we didn't borrow no money in October, but you print it for the Facebook people to listen to, and you want to argue that and try to attack me? You want to argue that? Mr. Speaker, the guy's hungry. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you that we'll have enough time. We'll have a lot of time, Mr. Speaker, to discuss we have a lot of time to discuss borrowing. We have a lot of time, Mr. Speaker. We have a lot of time. All the resolutions that we get in the Parliament to borrow, we'll be able to discuss it. We'll be able to discuss what we borrowed for, why we borrowed, Mr. Speaker, and what we promised as far as borrowing is concerned. But today, the borrowing is unique. The borrowing is for people. Frontally for people. Vulnerable people. The single mothers that he attacks. Yes. The people that he calls Americans. Yes. The people that he says go and demonstrate in Marchand. Yes. These are the people we're borrowing for. The people that he said that I want St. Jude to look like Marchand. Them people in Marchand, then I great in Marchand. That's what we do. That's the people we're borrowing for. And whilst we are doing that, we are creating an environment where the businesses can make more money, both large and small, and helping small businesses to make money. That's the difference between us and them, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to, before I leave, I want to just say something quickly about LIAT. You know, Mr. Speaker, the member from Microsoft talks about crashing airlines. You know he has employed 2 airlines that crashed? He was involved in 2 airlines that went under. Air Jamaica went under, and what's the name of the thing? Caribbean? EC Express went under too. Air Jamaica and EC Express. He was involved in EC Express, but right now he knows all the answers to LIAT, but he couldn't run EC Express. You know, Mr. Speaker, sometimes when you hear this guy speak and you hear people say, oh, he's the best, this and that, you have to look at the reality. EC Express was being managed by the leader of the opposition. It crashed. But you know what he blames? He said, there are 7 regulatory bodies. But why did EC Express crash? LIAT. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition has been persistently and consistently attacking and denigrating LIAT. Because his idea for LIAT was you should have a certain kind of plane that he alone know about. Talks about compares. Mr. Speaker, listen. Mr. Speaker, you know, you must listen to these things, you know. The leader compares Belize to aircraft with LIAT. You don't know what's LIAT's fundamental problem, Mr. Speaker? It has all this hop and drop. High maintenance costs for this hop and drop. 40 minutes to St. Lucia, 40 minutes to St. Vincent, 30 minutes to Martinique, 1 hour to Antigua. But Belize is a vast country. Belize hasn't got this drop and like LIAT. How you can compare an airline that services a vast country like Belize with an airline that deals with 40 minutes between each other? That's the difference. High maintenance cost, Mr. Speaker. But you know why? The leader of the opposition does not like anything West Indian. He refuses to pay the University of the West Indies. We owe the University of the West Indies $20 million plus and climbing, Mr. Speaker. He believes that the community college at the Mon is a waste of time. And he's on record as saying that. All what I say, I can prove it. All what I say, I can prove it, Mr. Speaker. So what I'm doing there is not a personal attack. The personal attack is when they attack me. My attacks are based on verifiable fact. I want any of the surrogates to say anything I said today is not true. Anything I said in this honorable house is not true. Mr. Speaker, the deficits on the left party, on the Kenyan Anthem, Mr. Speaker, 2.8% 2014-15. 2.4% 2015-16. When it took the government in 2016, the deficit was 1.3%. 1.3% the deficit, Mr. Speaker. That's what he inherited. And what did he bring it? Wasteful expenditure, travel, pastoral letter. Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud the minister for his single-mindedness as far as his passion, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes we need to speak to him. He needs to get some counseling when it comes to some things that he does, Mr. Speaker. But I want to congratulate him. I want to say I'm very happy for the workers of Majestic Industries. And you know, it's not a promise again, it's reality. Not a promise, it's a reality. They'll get the money. And yes, we didn't sell any building to get the money. And the reality is what the leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, I know you want to go, you know. But this thing, it irks me, Mr. Speaker. It irks me. Because, you know, when I hear these lies, Mr. Speaker, sorry, you tell me I mustn't use lies. When I hear these untruths, Mr. Speaker, I have to, because, Mr. Speaker, I have the records. The records are available, Mr. Speaker. Let me give you a letter. You want to make it a document in the House, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, July 16th, 2020. Now you know what's Prime Minister there, you remember, right? Compensation for workers employed with Majestic Industries. Further to a meeting, I read it. You will agree, I read it. Let's hold a little bit for your lunch, I'll read it. Further to a meeting held on December 5th, 2020. Further to a meeting held on December 5th, 2019. 2019. A delegation from the National Workers Union, including John Haywood, Secretary General, Solis Myers, Deputy President General, Lawrence Poyot, Senior Industrial Relations Specialist, a former shop steward from Majestic Industries Limited, the undersigned and yourself, and Minister Guy Joseph. A general meeting for the former employees of Majestic Industries was held on Thursday, July 16, 2020, at the National Workers Union at Unity House, Sanssouci. Over 100 former employees attended that meeting. The leadership of the NWU gave a detailed explanation on the discussions at our previous meeting. As a result, the workers present voted in favor of the following. The land at Villebutel belonging to the company should be sold. Proceeds from the sale should be used to compensate the workers. 150 of the former employees are prepared to accept $10,000 each as an ex gratia payment in lieu of severance, notice and vacation entitlements to bring closure to this matter. We do hope that you'll be willing to give us an opportunity to meet with you to find a final settlement on this long outstanding matter. You understand? That was the letter that was written, Mr. Speaker. When we came into government, I met the same union and I said, these people have suffered enough. Yeah. So we're not waiting for no building to sell. We're not waiting for anything of this nature. We are going to pay the workers according to a list that you prepared. That's right. We're going to form a special purpose vehicle, put the bonds in there, and the union graciously, and I thank them for that, they graciously accepted the bonds. We're going to put the bonds in a special purpose vehicle, and you will handle it and pay your workers because we have confidence in that. And Mr. Speaker, that was endorsed by Cabinet yesterday. Same for the layout workers. That is the truth, Mr. Speaker, and the reality, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister for Finance to borrow US $5,217,000 from the special funds resources of the bank to finance safety nets for vulnerable populations affected by COVID-19. And be it further resolved that the loan is repayable in 80 equal or approximately equal and quarterly installments. Loan payments commence on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year after a grace period of 3 years following the date of the loan or such later date as the bank specifies in writing. Interest is payable at a rate of 4.39% per annum on the amount of the principal disbursed and outstanding, and the borrower may request an interest rate conversion from the bank. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House be suspended until 4:45.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do stand suspended until 4:45 p.m. 4:45 p.m. And now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting suspended.
All right.
Eh bien, c'est concernant le bout de premier morceau. Session qui est constituée aujourd'hui, un débat, premièrement, à tenir parole, différents ministres du gouvernement fait, nous tenir parole afin de faire un statement par ces ministres qui sont responsables pour les affaires services publics, les affaires sanitaires, home affairs, il parlait à cette situation bodily avec la situation criminelle, nous aussi un statement par un ministre qui est responsable pour les affaires go projet infrastructure qu'on nous a dit, il parlait à cette situation go la pluie avec enfin mauvais temps nous tenir dimanche 6 novembre nous avons aussi mis un statement par ministre qui a une responsabilité pour ces affaires commerce, c'est même pas souffrir. Il aussi parlé à ça nous a créé businessman, ça c'est moi business mois novembre qui m'a business avec un dernièrement gouvernement ça qui aussi prend en chaque parole c'est une motion pour le gouvernement prêter $4 millions pour aider les gens qui ont souffert par l'occasion Covid. Many Winston Spring ici et puis moi pour aider nous qui dit nous teasing please en anglais.
Good afternoon to you. The focus today was on a motion to borrow $5.25 million United States dollars from the special fund resources to finance a safety net for vulnerable or a vulnerable part of the population affected by COVID-19. In that, or speaking on that motion, we heard from the member for Castries Southeast, we heard from the member for Choiseul, Castries Central, Vieux-Fort North, and Vieux-Fort South, with the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister wrapping up in the end. The House has been adjourned or suspended until 5:45, when we will return here to hear the other motions, and this one is a motion to borrow or authorize Parliament and the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of $3,704,000 from the Bank Special Development Fund 10th Cycle Loan Facility to support the micro, small and medium enterprises sector post-COVID-19. The Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, the Youth Economy, and the Minister for Justice and National Security will also table a first reading of the Constitution, of an amendment to the Constitution of St. Lucia. So we'll be back at 5:45. Until then, stay safe. 4:45, I beg your pardon. Thank you, Gaspar. 4:45. Until then, stay safe.